In September of 2005, I discovered that it's possible to make music on a computer. On May 2007, I learned that it's possible to load virtual instruments into ModPlug Tracker. Ever since that date, I've been collecting assorted VSTs, instruments, and effects. I basically never delete them, so I have quite a few. Almost all of them are free. Very rarely do I actually get a, good, paid-for VST. Today, someday in the middle of 2024, I've decided that I'd like to tier list all of them, all the free ones. This took a while. So I'm just going to go over the metrics here. So F tier, it's the worst. These are the plugins that break or actively work against you or are basically useless. I say basically because I personally think that you could easily get a sound, get some cool musical ideas out of the worst possible plugins. It just might be a very long uphill battle. D tier it's not quite broken, but it is a pain in the ass to work with and barely does what it claims to do. C tier is the common tier. Almost all of my plugins are that. They say what they're going to do. They're not super great at it, but they're not super terrible either. It's all right. B tier is it's a pretty good plugin. It's not going to win any awards, perhaps, but if all of my plugins disappeared, I would be looking for these back. That's what the B stands for. Back tier. A tier is basically unassailable, and that's what the A stands for, obviously. These are really, really, really good, and I pretty highly recommend them if you're interested. And then S tier is descended from the heavens. I can't believe this is free, and I can't believe that you don't already have it. Initially, I had a question mark tier for the what, but I ended up just sorting those into usually F because So I've divided this video into instruments and then effects, and then everything in there is kind of grouped together. So let's kick this off with our first instrument. 1BS clicky drums. It's very simple. Exactly one purpose. It's fine. I've never used it. C tier. 1-Bit Studio noise drums. This is a good bit better, honestly. It's another one-trick pony. I feel like you could probably do more with this. I don't know. C tier. Next up is the first synth in my list that I've actually used before. 1-Bit Studio's Phase Synth. This is the star of the pack, I think, or one of them at least, because it's a 1-bit synthesizer. Kind of simple, but kind of cool. Fun thing about this is that I decided one day to kind of automate every parameter. I made a little script that basically turns into an acid synth, which I think it sounds cool. I've only ever used that once or twice though. Check it out. I could probably live without it, but it's pretty cool and kind of unique, or at least for what it is. I'm gonna say B tier. 1-Bit Studio tape drums. Well, it's cute. It's not good. I made a little loop demo that you'll be seeing a few times probably if I remember to. Yeah, I don't think it belongs in F tier though. I mean, it's not good, but it did set out to do exactly what it's doing. I'm putting it in D tier. On the other end of 1-bit drums, also from 1-Bit Studio, TN drums. Yeah, I like this a lot. It's good. B tier. Last one from 1-Bit Studio, Wave synth. This just lets you make a waveform of an arbitrary length up to 32 bits, and you can kind of control what each bit is. It's a 1-bit waveform, so it's going to be kind of crunchy. It's a cute idea. It's very simple, and execution is not great. I think if the interface existed, you could probably get some fun interaction out of this, but it doesn't have an interface. You just got all these sliders. D tier. 4 kicks. Sometimes you'll hear a recommendation to just make your own kick drum. This is a tool you could use to do that. It has a lot of weird finicky behaviors, but just listen to this. That is the just 4 kicks and a clap, but overlapping notes, just something weird is going on here. I'm not sure what it is. So it's kind of hard to predict. It does have some really cool drive that isn't too square wavy. It's got a nice thick bassy feel to it. But it's finicky overall. There are better options out there if you want to make your own kicks. D tier, Abacos. This is kind of just the instant Boards of Canada-esque synth. It'll get washed out really quick, and it's an asset, you know? Downside is I just don't like the interface. It doesn't jive with me. I couldn't tell you why. I'd be able to quickly make most of these sounds on some other synth that I'm more familiar with, but despite that, if you want to go preset surfing and just mess with those, you can get some pretty good stuff. I'm gonna say B tier, despite the interface thing. Adonis. This is a weird one. The interface is both skeuomorphic and cryptic. I don't like it, but the sounds you can get, it's something else. I still don't really understand this voice structure thing, but I don't know how to get this sound in any other synth, so it's kind of unique in that regard. That could just be my lack of knowledge, but it's kind of easy here. Check it out. B tier, but it's kind of a questionable B because everything else about it. But if it's unique like this, I gotta give it some props. B. AM Kick Lab XL. I downloaded this and didn't like it and never used it. I don't know if it's even better than 4 kicks. It does stay to a single pitch, and I don't know if that's an asset or a detriment. I really, really wish the pitch shaper showed you what the envelope looked like. I don't know what A, H, D, S, E. What is that? I don't know. It works. I don't know. D tier. Ambivac. This is definitely intended for something. Mostly Hoovers, I guess, but I've never found a use case for it. I'm mostly fascinated by the delay, because it's check this out. fascinating. But yeah, I don't know. If you need a Hoover and some weird delay, this is your ticket. C tier. Analog Warfare. This is actually 3 different synths, or rather 3 different versions. Version 1, which is just nothing. Version 3, which I have no experience with. And version 2, which I adored way back in the day. The reason for this is that it has this sort of combination of like subtractive and FM synth sound that I just couldn't get enough of. You can tell it's FM, but it also just has that sort of sweeping, high resonant, subtractive sound that it's good. Another example specifically for bass, because it's a really good bass instrument. It's just, it's good at making these nasty sounds. I haven't found anything quite like it, or at least not that you could easily get, and for that it goes into the B rank. Angelina. What is this? Oh, yeah, this rules. What? Let me check something. Yeah, this rules. B tier. Dofi. This is the first of the block of synths that are prefixed with Ono because they were made by Ono Sai. That's me. This is a one-trick pony and a toy, because sometimes I just want a synth that goes yoy. And this does that. It's kind of simple, but I like it. The best usage I can remember actually came from an earlier version before I added all the envelopes at the bottom. So let's play that real quick. Good stuff. B tier. Ono Easy Harm 32 Beta. I never finished this one. It's quite bad. I don't know. I just could never make anything good out of this. I just wanted to mess with the microtune and stuff, which is neat. This one's set up for ratios. I think I have an older version with yeah, the ratios built in. You can see they're kind of different. I've only ever made one good thing with this because for some reason I managed to just make the worst possible synth setup for this tuning thing. So let's hear the one good thing that I've made. It's does it deserve an F tier? I don't know. It's not even complete. Yeah, screw it. F tier. F2 FM. I wanted resonance filters in my FM, and by golly, I got it. I love this one. It's mostly for bass, but I found it's just incredible for trancey kind of stuff, so I'm just gonna play around with it and show you what I'm talking about. I love this thing. I'm giving it an A tier. Oh, actually, I should probably show you what I usually use it for, which is bass. That's what it's designed for. I just found it could be used for so much more. But yeah, check out this bass. A tier. Strife, the last synth in the Ono pack. This, I wanted ring modulation and subtractive synthesis in the same package, and I kind of fell in love with it. It became like a part of my sound for a couple of years, around 2015 or 16 or something. It's got a good sound. I don't know. It's not quite formanty, but it's something. Here's probably one of my favorite uses of it. And it also has a more chill use, and I think, yeah, this is the one. It's really good. It's really versatile. It's a big favorite of mine, but I really don't like this weird little diamond interface I came up with, but that's really my biggest critique here, I think. I'm gonna give it a B though. It's B territory. Not perfect, but I like it a lot. And Vilia Pro. I think this is from when I wanted to explore some synths that had something a bit more than subtractive or FM synthesis, something with, granular or wavetable or something, and I couldn't find much, and I found this and never used it. It seems alright, maybe not great. Just scanning it through it, I guess. D tier, C tier. I'm gonna go with D, honestly. I think it could be better organized a bit more clearly. If you know what you're doing, you could probably get some really good stuff out of this, but I sure don't. Aquas tone. Aquas tone? Anyway. Yeah, this is a little faux Vocaloid kind of thing. It's pretty cute when it works. That's kind of the problem though. It fails a lot. It's super finicky, and every time I've worked with it, it has broken. But by itself individually, it's kind of cute. Check it out. So yeah, it's cute, but I would give it a D because it's so finicky. Except it does break. I have a few project files that used this, and I have no idea what I actually did because it doesn't work. It's got to go in the F tier for that. I'm sorry, Mr. Whoever made this. Yeah. ArcDev Mainliner X2. It's some sort of bass specialization synth. It's fine. I've never actually used it. I don't remember getting it, but it's fine. D tier. Atlantis. I do admire the amount of effort put into the visualization of every little LFO and feature, but there's a critical problem here, and that is there's only one patch. And by that I mean, if you make any changes to this patch right here, like with this handy random all button, then those changes are going to appear everywhere else you've loaded this synth, even if it's not on a different project file and a different DAW. It's not good. I don't know why they did that. It just makes this unusable for me. F tier. Common advice, make your own kicks. Don't stockpile a bunch of samples of kicks. This is one of those solutions to that. Big Room Kicks synth. It's I forgot I had this, but poking around with it, it's really good. Not much else to comment about on it. It's a good selection of options to shape your kicks, and sounds good. B tier. BitBoy. It's something. I would not describe it as usable, but I would describe it as maybe a fun toy if that's what you're looking for. But F tier. Blood Bucket. This is one of those synths that's more of a art project and less of a synthesizer. You got these beautifully, I have no idea what they mean. Dog, cat, rabbit, and well, everybody knows what sync is, but what is it syncing to? I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't understand what it's doing. I think you can get something interesting out of this. Like, check out this preset here. So yeah, there's something going on, but for actually using it, F tier. Boing 2. This is sort of a violin physical modeling synthesizer. It's... well, listen to it. There's something there, but I really think you need to have a deep understanding of this thing to really get good sounds out of it. And I think you're better off putting your brain power to some other, more recent physical modeling synth. I don't have Vimy to give this an F though, because there's something in there, but it's not. I don't know. I'm going with a D tier. Borderliner. Speaking of weird toys more than synths, this is color bass, vaguely. I feel like you could get some use out of this, but I'm not so sure about its gimmicky color thing. I don't know. I've never actually used it in production. D tier. Brainstormer. I'm pretty sure this was recommended to me by somebody who swears by it, but I couldn't confidently tell you who that was, so I'm not gonna make a guess. It's fine. It's fine. It's you know. That's pretty cool, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. It's alright. C tier. It's a toy. F tier. Bush Laden 2. This is the weirdest, most 2004 synth I have, and it's bad. I don't know what else to say about it. It's an artifact and little more. F tier. C700. This VST has descended from the heavens and granted us the ability to write SNES music in anything. S tier, easily. Cable Guy's Curve. This was probably the first VST that I got that had a custom wavetable oscillator. I think it has 4 actually. Yes, it does. It's okay. No strong opinions about it, honestly. I couldn't really get anything too crazy because it's all spline based, as you can see. It's fine. This is something I made with it back in like 2007. C tier, I guess. Might go into D tier, but I think you could do more with it than what I did back when I was like a teenager. So I'm gonna give it a C. C for Cable Guy Curve. Cheapo Tone. It's a Casio, what is this, VL1 I think it was. It does what it says on the tin. There's a lot of little drum and tone and edit options I'd never really used. But it was fun for a quick little, Casio sound. C tier? Sure. Cheese Machine. What is this? Okay. Maybe somebody could find a use for this, but F tier. Chill. That's the name of the VST, not a command towards you. This is a weird one because it forgoes a normal filter. Well, I guess there's still a filter here. But it really focuses on the modulator, which is more like a phaser, I think. It's kind of odd. I feel like you could probably recreate this in a better synth, but there's something really, I don't know, something charms me about this, even though it's kind of obtuse. I don't know what these waves are. What are the tones? I couldn't tell you. But, C tier. Chip 32. If you remember 1-Bit Studio's wave synth, this is like the good version of that. Kind of a one-trick pony, but it does it well. Is that worth an A tier, though? I'm putting it B. It's B tier. Church Organ Second. It's okay. If you need a kind of wall of sound church organ, this does something for you. Just as an example usage, we got this here. The thing is, though, I don't know if I'd use this. I feel like you've got better organ options these days. But it's not unusable, but I'm going to put it in D. It's D tier. Clavia Lab. This one's just not very good. I truly think that nothing is unusable if it makes if you can get sounds from it, but I just don't like these sounds. I'm just going in the F tier. Crystal. This is a kind of overly convoluted evolution type synth. I mean, it even has a evolution mutation patch breeder thingy built in, which I've not used. In fact, I've only used this synth like in passing just to like check it out. It made it into one song as a preset, which I'm not going to be showing today, but just to give you an example, I'm going to hold down C and G and just nothing else. Give this a listen. That is all of these envelopes, I presume. Like, man, there are way too many envelope options. I'm not a huge envelope fan, so this isn't really for me, but if you're into that, I think you'll have a field day with this one. It definitely feels like a lot of unexplored possibilities to be seen in here that I just haven't found yet. But also, this interface, what is this? Does it deserve a C tier though? I do want to keep it around. I guess that's the criteria for B tier. It's B tier despite my lack of use with the thing. Damascus. I think I grabbed this because it looked neat, and then I looked at it and said, yeah, it's not for me. It's a very specific cow tool for a very specific cow situation, and if you find yourself in that situation, then great, reach for this. But otherwise, it's not that useful, I think. It makes rave stabs. D tier. Unless you need it, in which case A, but I certainly don't need it. This kind of shows that a good tool can still be a low tier because it has one purpose that I don't need. DAW synth. This is not great. I guess if you ever want an FM synth that isn't properly tuned, this is what you reach for. I don't get it. I've never used it. F tier. Davosynth, or Davosynth? Yeah, I've had a thing for collecting, like, recreations of old synths. I think they're just kind of neat. This one was apparently the hottest bred in Italy in 1972. It's based on the Davolicent. It's pretty limited. It's kind of organ-based with these drawbars of sorts. It's got a sound of some sort. D tier? D tier. I think we'll go with D tier. It's usable. It's just, why? Unless you just really want the sound of this Italian synth. Delay Llama. S tier, obviously. If you can't load this into your DAW, then like, what's the point? Dext. On the topic of recreations of hardware synths, this is supposed to be a really good recreation of the DX7. I was excited about this initially, but then I remembered 6 operators is actually too many. I just don't know what to do with that many. They did at least fix it so that everything's in front of you, so if you know what you're doing, you can actually see what you're doing. But I mean, I don't know. It sounds good. It looks good. C tier. Design. Design 2, actually. 6 operators? How about 2 operators? Or kind of 1? Anyway. So, back in high school, I just could not understand FM synthesis. No matter how much I looked into it, no matter how much I tried. So I kept just downloading more and more FM synths, hoping that one of them would click with me. This one did not. But looking at it now, it's fine. It definitely kind of specializes in a sort of spacey sound, and relatively easy to use, but maybe not the best choice. I don't know if it goes to a C. Also, I don't know if it deserves a D. It's kind of like right in the middle there. C is fine. We'll give it a C. It's fine. Dramatic 3. So, common advice: synthesize your own kicks. What about all the other drums? This kind of does a little bit of everything. It's like its own little drum kit, or even the first preset is a TR-808 kit. It should give you an idea. And my thoughts on this are perfectly fine. I don't think I've ever used it. Yeah, I don't know. No strong opinion. C tier. It's fine. Die scratch. I've often looked for, interesting and useful approaches to scratching and DAW because I don't have an actual turntable or the skills to use one. I've learned that gating is a very important part of scratching. I don't know how the gate thing works on this. It seems to only be active when you press a key. So you kind of get the forward but not the backwards motion. I don't know. I don't know if that's ideal. It feels like you could probably automate it for something better. But yeah, it's kind of divides up your sample into keyboard range. So C is kind of the middle, or C5. Am I at C5? C5 in the middle. C6 is about this much. C7's over here. That's the full length of the usable sample. Well, okay, never mind. This is G7 or something. So what it'll do is it'll just accelerate to whatever note is pressed, and then decelerate. And it's an interesting solution. Is it the best solution to scratching? I don't know. I remember Wave Traveler from FL Studio. I was never any good with it. That's before I learned about how scratching actually works. I'd like to compare it to that, but I can't. I feel like with a lot of effort you can get something really good out of this, but I haven't. I've messed with this a few times and just was never happy with the results. That's probably a skill issue, but nonetheless, it doesn't seem bad at all, so I'm going to give it a C tier. Ed Merle. Alright, this is a weird one. It basically You know how you have a sample rate of, let's say, 44.1 kilohertz? This synth will only play frequencies that are multiples, or I guess divisions, of that sample rate, so that each waveform is perfectly divisible. It's like perfect math, except that that's not how our tuning system works. So to fix the little discrepancies, it'll apply a pitch shifting algorithm to the notes to make them in tune. The bonus is the aliasing that you get from this. So I kind of cranked up some settings here to make it obvious. It's like a phase shift kind of thing, or all phase pass, if you're familiar with that. Check it out. And of course, if you apply less pitch shifting, then the effects kind of go away, but that's the interesting part of it. The less interesting part is I don't really know where to use this. It's really cool, and I feel like you could probably get something really neat out of it, but I haven't figured it out yet. But I don't know, something about me really loves this. I love the energy of it. It's going in the B tier. It's so cool. FM. So yeah, you download this and you think, FM? Oh boy, I sure am excited for some frequency modulation synthesis. I think there's some of that in here, but it's not what you think. It was described as like a sci-fi effects generator, and that seems pretty apt. D tier. EP Station. This one got lost in my folder somehow, and I wish I didn't because it seems pretty good. Importantly, it has velocity sensitive input, so check out this repeated chord here. It may not be the most realistic and convincing thing, but I like that. That's good. I'm gonna give this a B tier. E-Line String, based on this, another 70s synth. It's fine. Kind of cheesy, but that's the point. I kind of like the trumpet, especially when you layer it with the viola. Voila. I don't know, it's pretty fun, but pretty simple. I'd call it C, cromulent. EVM Syncoder. I actually could never figure this out, but I still used it a few times because it has a really nice airy sound to it, such as, for example, that's literally the default patch, but it's like nice and airy. I don't know. Yeah, if I could like get a better understanding of this, I think I'd be, possibly even B tier, but as is, it's kind of D tier. I'd still recommend it if you want a fun layer to your chords, but it does have a option to load in samples, but I've never used it. Big question marks. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to put it in the D tier. Evil. This one slipped past me. I don't recognize it. I must have grabbed it many, many years ago, presumably. I don't really know what I'm looking at. Like, what is this? These are all drop downs too. So I mean, it's your oscillators. Your routing is kind of a. Who puts routing as a drop down box? Yeah, I guess a few of these make sense, but what is this? I don't know, but the thing is, it sounds pretty good. So, like, what am I supposed to do with that? Is that a B? Kind of want to see it again. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I guess that's a B, isn't it? B tier. Easy poly. The thing about this one is that it has a flanger built in, and that's kind of important to its sound. Maybe to a detriment. It's it does give it an interesting sound, especially considering that I picked this up back in like 2007 or something. It kind of looks it, doesn't it? But it is an interesting sound. I actually used it exactly once as this like string section, and just listen to this. It's pretty good. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. I don't know if I'd recommend it super quickly, but it's just not bad. C tier. Farbrush V2. This has a few interesting things, I think. The patching layout is interesting. It's very, if you've worked with Workzug, Farbrush's 3D editor, you'll probably quickly understand this one. Another interesting thing, and why I have this oscilloscope open, is it has this sort of damping of the output for lower frequencies. Check out this saw wave. That's barely a saw wave anymore. It's so squished. It's kind of weird. I'm not sure what to make of it. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know where that comes from. I have a suspicion it's from the oscillator itself, because all the other ones do it too. One of my favorite features, though, is something I just don't see very often, which, mind the high pitch. Again. Saw wave. To triangle. I think that's a really cool sound, if a little subtly. I just don't see it very many places. Besides that, I don't know, it's alright. It has a kind of nice way of routing filters so you can get the yoy sound. It comes with a bunch of presets, although I don't immediately recognize any of these. Did that appear in a Farbrush demo before? I couldn't tell you. Anyway, it's pretty capable. It's alright. It's very C tier, I would say. Firebird, or Tone 2 Firebird. It's pretty simple, but its oscillators are the star of the show. You got a lot of like wavetables and what do they call them? Oh, I guess they're just organized by chunks, aren't they? Brass, organic, guitar, piano, voice. There's a lot of non-waveform oscillators here. They're really, really, really good for this like cheesy romper, but not too cheesy kind of sound, although I really lean into the cheese, like for example. It's also really, really good at this like cheesy trance-ish sort of thing. Honestly, despite its simplicity and its routing, these wavetables are good. I think it deserves an A tier. FMMF. What if we had a lot of envelope points for every operator of an FM synth. The only problem is it's really light on the FM synth. I've got operator 2, and its envelope pictured here, going to a pretty standard operator 4. And listen to that FM. It's there, but it's mostly sine, and that's kind of disappointing. Listen to the envelope without it, though. It's kind of neat. Some of these give good examples of that, especially as like weird reverb tails. It's very IDM-y. So in that regard, it's pretty alright, and the envelope editor is not that crazy to use. It is a little weird, but I mean, how else are you going to design this, right? I haven't found a use for this, but I think somebody else could. It's a good C tier, I think. Formant Classic. This is one of those replica synths, this time of the Elector Formant from the 70s again. It is semi-modular, and it's one of those okay kind of synths. You can get some good sounds from it, I suppose. This preset in particular is kind of nice. I haven't really played around with this. It's just not my jam, I think. I kind of compulsively downloaded these things. What can I say? It's kind of disappointing that you don't see the wires, but I understand that it could get kind of cluttered that way, and you know, may as well take advantage of this digital medium. But otherwise, yeah, I don't know. It's fine. C tier. Four Seasons. Another oddity by Toby Bear, as the What Does That Mean says here. It's the much less successful cousin to Delay Llama in that you got your delay, your filter, your envelope, and the most interesting thing is actually the oscillator, because you can draw it, but it kind of wiggles. I'm not sure how to describe this. If there were some way to automate this, I think I would use it a lot, because that's just a really unique sound, the way this morphs. You have a more traditional mode here, but what is this called? Drawing mode 2? That's the winner. And of course you got the aforementioned Four Seasons. Spring is an ugly distortion. Summer, some sort of phase thing. Fall, the most disappointing of them all, is just a stereo inversion. And then winter is a glide. The oscillator's really cool, but everything else is, I gotta say, it's an F tier for me. FTM String. This is a acoustic modeling kind of thing. Anything that starts with an impulse and then generates tonal sounds from that is kind of cool to me, but everything's clearly labeled, but I don't really understand it, so you kind of just play around with it and see what you get. Maybe there's some model for it or manual that I missed. I don't know. It's interesting. It's kind of fun to dink around with, but I've never used it. You could probably find a good use for it. I don't think it's going to replace any real instruments, but there's still plenty of beauty in that, and just in general. Because it's a little opaque to me, I'm going to have to give it a D tier, but it's not that bad. Worth a quick look at least, I'd say. Galactics. This thing came out in 2002, and I'm sure it was really great for the time, but for some reason it just really irritates me. So, this is the default waveform, I guess, kind of a saw wave. And you have a drop-down box where you can choose between multiple different waveforms, fairly obvious stuff. View it, which is what I was just showing you, or load your own, which is finicky. The presets are kind of hidden. You have to right click on this thing here. It's alright. I don't like it. I guess it's kind of unique that the layering of the oscillators can be a variety of different oscillators. Like this is a lot of control, but who needs this? I don't. D tier. I'm gonna spare it from an F. It's probably great B tier kind of stuff in 2002, but who needs this today? I don't get it. D tier. Jenny Beta. I think there's actually a newer version of this, but I ain't updated it, so this is what you get. It's pretty nice. It's for the Genesis. It emulates both the PSG and FM of the Genesis. I think you can make like an entire song in here. See the multiple instrument slots, 6 inputs or something like that. I'm not sure. Anyway, all I've ever used it for is just this really fantastic little selection of iconic patches from various games and composers. Only problem is it's slightly broken. Hung note, I guess. Note off command missed. I'm not sure why this happens. Oh god. Yeah, it does keep in track with the channel allocation though, so I guess that's how you fix it. It'd probably be cool if I learned any of the melodies for these patches, but too bad for you. Oh yeah, some of these are just gems patches, which is also really fun. Yeah, this is a really neat little plugin. It is beta technically, but even as it is, this is definitely like B tier material. It's a really, really nifty little thing. Everything's laid out lovely. You got the SSG register, like, yeah, B tier for sure. Grainbow. This is one of the most fascinatingly designed granular synths I think I've seen. Trouble is, I don't really know how to get a lot of use out of it, but just an example, something I made with it. I took this guitar sample. And it only detected a few pitches because there are only a few pitches here, but that's some pretty cool mangled kind of sounds. And then you can change the tilt. Now it sounds way less mangled, but I don't like that as much. Alright, so the thing about this synth is you can really dive in. So let's say we re-enable this bit here. There you go. Or we don't want this. Let's say we only want the last one. Then you can change like individual like tilts for just this one note. There's a lot of options here and a lot of like customizability. As long as you're not colorblind. If you are, God help you. But I was able to get some pretty cool sounds out of this. Play it with some strings. It's just shy of A tier because I feel like if you tried really hard, you could get something a bit easier to use, a bit more like, you know, a bit more like Vital. But this is pretty darn close, so You know what? Let's put it in the A tier. It deserves it. It's a really, really good plugin. I'm surprised it's free. The Ha 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 CS01. This is a replica, a recreation of the Yamaha CS01, pictured here. A very not that complicated synth from the 80s. Big beef with this is the resonance options are either high or low. Guess that's all you really need in most cases, but I do like a little more range. It's alright. It matches the synth. What can I say? It's very velocity sensitive, so you're not going to hear any of that from me because I only have my QWERTY keyboard on me. It has a second version which fixes that resonance issue. This is based off the CS01-2, also from Yamaha. Weird name, but whatever. It does have a fun, this one anyway, has a really fun filter. I'm kind of grouping these two together because they're kind of the same thing. Yeah, I kind of like the filter on this one, so it's fun to play with. It's mostly a toy, or if you just really want that authentic thing. I have not played with the breath control. I'm assuming it takes breath control in. If you have that, would be cool to play with. I've never touched it. C tier, sure. Following those last two, we have the Ha 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 CS33, which is basically all the parts from those previous two synths, but expanded and sort of be like, what if it was made a little more in the future with some like distortion, reverb, chorus, and delay built in. I guess that the last ones had chorus as well, but it's just an on-off switch. I'm not sure if that was part of the hardware. Anyway, this one's way, way more capable. Man, that's a big beat maker right there, just on the first patch preset. Alright, I'd like to point out in particular this low pass / low pass filter. Yeah, the low pass filter is particularly squelchy in a way that the other low pass filters, like 24, it's just a whistle at that point, but kind of neat. Anyway, overall, it's alright. C tier, I guess. I wouldn't really put it in B because I don't really come back to this very often. It's just a now and then kind of thing. It does go pretty hard though for what it is. Finally, in our Ha 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 series, we got the DS01, which is well, drum synthesizer. It's not based on any particular synth, but it is based on the sort of methodology, which is synthesizing a drum using oscillators and such. Mostly filtered noise. It's not very good. I mean, it's probably fun for the novelty of it, but I really honestly recommend just making your own drums and any other synth. It's a really fun exercise, and you're going to get something that sounds better than this, most likely. But I guess if you got to keep everything in one channel, this is what you need. Yeah, it's, I don't know why I have this. I've never used it, and I never will. I'm going to put it in F, honestly. Harmonical. I don't understand this. As it was described to me, it is uses spherical harmonics to generate sounds. It's yeah, it's interesting. Also, it's 3D. I cannot make any sense of this whatsoever. I think you need to understand spherical harmonics to get it, and even then, I'm not sure. It was released as some guy's experiment, I guess. You could use this potentially for something, I'm sure, but I'm afraid I'm putting this in the F tier. It's not something I would ever reach for. Very interesting, though. Gotta give it that. Harmonium. Where did I even get this? I don't know. It sounds alright. Organ, sure, but I think it's really, really hampered by the attack of, why is that attack so slow at 0? So, yeah, I would, I've never used this and I don't think I'm ever going to reach for it. F tier. But hey, you gotta love that picture, right? Look how crusty it is. We love crust. Hotel Sinus Reese Bassline Big. Yeah, this has one purpose and does an alright job if you ask me. I mean... check this out too. Yeah, the first preset feels a little weird, so I think it's not super optimized. Like, I feel like you could control for this kind of wobbliness. I don't know, maybe that's just me, but it's alright. It's kind of D tier though. Hughes 2600. For some reason this was advertised as a 2600 emulator. It really, really, really is not. It's just kind of inspired by it. Also, it's not good. Let's go ahead and... So notice that the pew pew thing does not start at the same position each time. I don't know what any of these knobs do. Changing them has never done anything for me. This is waveform. Easy enough. Sample, you can change the speed of the pew pew. I've definitely been able to change the direction, but I don't know why it's not working right now. Oh, okay. This changes the waveform of the LFO. And then hold is where the magic happens. So there's a lot of potential here, but this is way undercooked. It's got to be an F tier from me. Illogic Maths. This is a fun toy. Basically, you have two single oscillator subtractive synths that can interact with each other. I don't really understand how this FM mixing goes together, but somehow. And then they're combined using mathematical operators. All of these happen at the same time. You can just choose their mixing and their panning. So, for example, that's what AND looks like. That's OR. That's XOR. Is there a difference between those? I don't know. Division. X? I'm not sure what X is. It's in the manual, I'm sure. And then sine cosine, which I'm also not quite sure what it's referring to. Gets a sort of FM sound out of it. Anyway, you can combine these. Whatever you want. And then that has its final filter and resonance and, you know, and so on. You can get some really crazy noises out of this, but it's not intuitive, and I don't know, just haven't found a spot for it yet. It's definitely a toy, but it's a darn good toy. I'm gonna put it in C tier. Impulse control. This is a funny one because it's kind of like a flanger instead of subtractive synth. It's definitely unique in its composition. Honestly, it's pretty darn cool. I managed to figure out that if you compress it, it sounds really good as a bass line. Check this out. Does it deserve an A tier though? I mean, it's really cool and I kind of really love it. I just don't use it very often. But also, I can't think of any flaws with it, honestly. Let's give it an A. We need some more A tiers, and this is good stuff. Jew harp. So this instrument here, it turns out you can kind of synthesize it with just a really low, high harmonic note and a bandpass filter that you just move around. Somebody decided to take that concept and wrap it up in this really crunchy picture and a really not good interface. It does make the boingy sounds, but I don't know why I have this. F tier. Juice OPL VST. Adlib has the most personality among any FM synth ever, I think. It's very simple, but these weird waveforms are just so full of character. Yeah, moving away from pure sine waves did a lot for this, and it's 2 oscillators, but that's all you need. I think this has some like fancier stuff built in. I know you can load SPIs, and I found like a set of just a million instrument rips. I don't know where I put it. I've only used it like, I think twice, and one of them was actually using it. Like, check this out here. Yeah, it's good. And it's not just good, it's Adlib. Like Adlib compatible. So for that reason, I'm giving this an S tier. Top of the line stuff. Nils K1V. This is just a recreation of the Kawaii K1 M and R variations. I guess the V stands for virtual here. Yeah, you might know this original synth from Mario. In fact, I think the one of these strings are straight up from the Bowser music. I don't remember. Anyway, the important part is it's a free rompler and it's pretty good, at least if you want the retro rompler sound. Just as an example, check out how shop music this sounds. did end up layering it with a few other synths, but that's just the K1V right there, and I quite like it. I come back to this synth a lot. I don't know if I put it in S tier though. It's kind of not a one-trick pony, but how many tricks is this? 32 tricks? I've never made any use of this little thing right here, the source balance. There's untapped potential, and I don't know. But it's really good for what it is, even without all of that. So I'm giving it an A tier. It's good. I recommend this. Kyratune. So a lot of the options in your synthesizer will control what you can make with it. Something unique about this is it's very... I think it's designed for basses, because that's what I've always used it for. I guess I could do leads too, but bass. The pitch has this thing, I forgot where it was, but there's a pitch envelope. Here we go. That's what you do with bass. It's a kick drum now. Also, the filters are linked directly to semitones relative to the note you're playing, and so it's 100% linked all the time. The delay is kind of weird. The phaser is actually really good for bass, so naturally I've used it for bass. Check out this example here. Again, I don't know if the delay is a good idea. I think the phaser is, though. Or another example. Not too much a fan of that stereo phasing, but it's just a lovely little texture. Does it deserve A though? It's good, but is it that good? I think I'm gonna give it a B. It's something I definitely want to keep around, keep in the toolkit. Something I come back to, not super often, but often enough. B tier. Kamio Oka. Do you like dropped notes? Do you like stuck notes? This is for you. Oh, that was 4 keys. One of them stuck. Admittedly, this might just be a me problem. I don't use the most well-known and well-supported software, but ugh. It seems like it would be pretty powerful. I really like the modular aspect of it, but I find it kind of icky. I don't want to touch it. So I haven't really used it. So in cases like this, I don't think it deserves an F. It definitely looks plenty capable, but icky. I would give it a D, but I don't know if it deserves that. But if I had to, yeah, D. I'm sorry, Mr. Cool Programmer Guy. This one just drives me bonkers. I can't quite make out the kanji over here either, but yeah. Anyway, Carnage. Look at this. Yeah, I've never used it. It's a bit, I don't know what's going on. One of those kind of situations, but it does work, unlike the last one. And check out this sound, this preset. So, I don't know why it's doing that. I can't really follow this pattern here. Distortion's off. There's a tube. It's not turned on. Frequency? What is this? Oh, this is a ring mod, okay. Yeah, I don't know, but this is kind of neat, but never found a use for it, and it's not particularly powerful. Listen to this filter if I can. And that was a pretty good display of what the filter can do. It's one of those old cheap digital kind of sounding filters. So yeah, it's not worth a C. I don't think it's worth an F though. So that pretty much places it in D tier, doesn't it? Kickmaker. This is incredibly obtuse, and for what? I don't understand why you needed to make it like this. Again, I'm sure that in this sort of situation, there's a reason for that, but it's lost on me. I don't like it. I'm gonna put it in an F tier. I'm sorry. Maybe you can find a reason for this, but like, where's even the frequency controls? Like, where's the frequency envelope? ASDR, frequency expand 1. Why are there 2 bars? Why do you need the skew metric? Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry. This is going in F tier. Lizard, or more specifically, Lizard 2, because there's an even older one that I do not have. This is just a 3-operator FM synth with sort of preset patching. I don't fully understand the routing on this thing, but it was easy for me as a wee lad to understand, so I ended up using it mostly for guitar sounds like this. It's honestly pretty convincing in context, but I'm just going to ignore that. So, it's honestly not that bad. I would recommend a real FM synth with, all the patching included, but if that's too intimidating for you, maybe this will cut it. C tier. I don't know if it'd go into B tier. Maybe if you're a beginner, it'd be B tier, but for me, it's C tier these days. Love Killer. This is another one that I'm not sure why I got it. I'm not sure what it does that just a regular old subtractive synth wouldn't do. It's fine. C tier. I would put this in D tier, but let's be honest, it's not that bad. Just not that unique either. C tier. Majkens Chimera. So this works by it generates white noise and then filters it down and then goes through a few effects and delays and whatever. It's really good. It's really unique. You can do this in some other synths, especially in modulars, but the way this is packaged is just really nice. You can get some great pads instantly. Actually, I'm going to play 2 little examples that I've written before. That's just modulating what's in here, which is, I don't know, it's kind of nice. And then this one is just a whole little song question mark. The only thing I'm not sure about is distortion. I've never really found a use for that. It just ends up sounding kind of ugly to my ears, but I highly recommend you grab this and just play with it and see what you come up with, especially if you like ambient kind of stuff. Is it A tier? You know what? I'm going to say it's A tier. I love this a lot. I don't care if you can superannuate it with your fancy ass modular whatever. It's good. Marijuana. This, basically it takes a bunch of like really common rave stabs, bass stabs in general, and packages them all into a single VST that you can load whenever you want to use them. The problem is, it's bad. You have a single filter, and everything is really badly labeled. What is 68 region 0? Why are they all 68 region 0? That one has a delay at the start. Like, what are you doing here? I think this would be a really great VST if like there was some like node path you could navigate to pick which patch you want and maybe even layer them. But as it is, it's basically unusable. This is F tier. MDA DX10. Have you ever thought my 2-operator FM synth is just a little too easy to use? Well, here's the solution. It sounds fine. At this level of like user unfriendliness, I think I'd call it more of a preset machine. And again, 2 operators. I'm putting this in the F tier. MDA E piano. Like, okay, maybe something's in the water, but I love this thing. It just sounds good. The low is nice and crunchy. The mid has just enough texture to it. And the high has a nice roll off. If you have lower velocities, it's sensitive to that as well. It's just lovely. Yeah, I use this all the time just to sketch out like melodic and harmonic ideas, but I also use it a lot just in actual songs. It's really good. I'm giving this an A. MDA JX10 synth. Yeah, not only is it like not that great of a synth with an absolutely terrible or non-existent interface, but it's broken. At least for me it is. F tier. MDA piano. The E-piano version of this thing was just gorgeous, like an archetype, something I think everybody should have in their toolkit, or at least any people that are working with free VST should have in their toolkit. This one, I think it was outdated 2 decades ago. It sounds cheap, it sounds not good. You could probably get some use out of it, but unless you're really leaning into that lo-fi cheesy fake sound, I don't think I'd recommend it. But I mean, for what it is, it's okay. C tier? Sure. Meow synth. S tier. Meteorite. I cannot overstate how good this is if you just want like a subtractive synth sound, but a little different, a little unique. I don't really know what the filter routing is doing, but it sounds really good. Minor complaint, the attack is always greater than 0, so it's never instant. Which one of these was it? Here we go. You can kind of hear it here. So that's kind of annoying, but it's not a huge deal. In fact, it usually just adds more character. It's got some interesting routing choices, pitch, FM. This limiter, I've not seen this on anything else. It's not the most intense modifier of anything, but it's cool to have. It's cool it's there. I don't know. But yeah, mostly when I use this, it's you could probably get a pretty close approximation of this synth sound here with just a saw wave and a low pass, but this has some sort of character to it that it's a little beyond that. Oh yeah, I love that squeaky pitch sound that you get too. It seems to be branded for psychic modulation, so psytrance or something, but it's just a good synth. I'm gonna have to put it in A tier. Micromoon. This is based on the Korg Micromoog. It's one of those hardware emulation things, except I just never really found a use for this. It's fine. It's a tiny little thing, but I kind of like how the ribbon is relative. Anyway, no strong feelings about it. It's Micro Moog. C tier. Miffy. Okay, so this is apparently some novel synth that uses distortion summation formulas to generate all of its sounds. It was explained here. The math behind discrete summation formula synthesis. It is, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I have no idea what this is on about, and playing with this has not made it any more obvious to me either. Yeah, let's zoom all the way out, and it's kind of just FM, isn't it? I mean, that's what I hear. Some sort of variation on FM, but also it's really, really not. Yeah, can you figure out how to use this? Because I sure can't. But I'll give it that the presets are interesting, and you could probably get some interesting use out of this, but it's beyond me. Oh, and Katakana spotted. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what to do with this. I feel like if you're knowledgeable, this could be like a C tier, but I ain't. D tier, I guess. Minimoog VA. I like this one a lot. It has a really interesting feature here with these overdrive knobs. So you'd think +5 would be, overdriven, like a square wave, and -5 would be underdriven somehow. No, it is actually, we're on the saw oscillator right now, so +5 would be a saw wave. And then the lower down you go, the more DC offsets. Here, just look at the scope. Isn't that wild? It's really unique. It's one of those things I haven't seen anywhere else, and it really expands what you can do with this synth. Because otherwise it's kind of a basic, if, good, personality, subtractive synth. But yeah, I love this for basses, and it's also good with leads. Where's the bass that I had? Bass. Chords. One of the more interesting leads I've made using that low underdrive, is that what you'd call it? Yeah, the interesting side effect is that you basically get the ad-lib style double, absolute value sine wave. Oh, whoops, that overdrive. There's also an overdrive over here, which, I don't know, it's good. Does it go into S tier though? It's not revolutionary, gonna blow your mind. It's just really good. Yeah, I guess that makes it A tier. A tier. We're putting the A in Minimoog VA. MJ harmonic ping only. So, yeah, it's just sine waves going ping along the harmonic series. Each note on your keyboard is the next harmonic. It's a fun little toy. Not particularly useful unless you really want to stick to the harmonic series based on a specific fundamental, which you can change. But yeah, it's pretty limited other than that. Honestly, I'm going to put it in the D tier just because I think people should play with the harmonic series a bit more, but it's not super usable. Model Pro. This is another one of those hardware emulator kind of things from the Moog Prodigy. So again, I don't really have much to say about it, but the self-oscillate option on the resonance here, or emphasis, always kind of fascinated me. How unique is the sound? I don't know. I've never tried to recreate it actually, but it's all right for what it is. I made a little acid test because of course I did, so let's give that a listen. Yeah, that emphasis can overemphasize the bass tone, or the fundamental rather. That could be a feature, not a bug, up to you. But overall, it's fine. C tier. Model E. This is based on the Moog Model D Mini Moog, somehow. No, I guess I can see it. It's very skeuomorphic. It's fine. I've used it for more cheesy kind of sounds. It's plenty capable. I'm not a huge fan of the skeuomorphism in that, hold on, let me show you. Let's say I want to turn the emphasis up. What happened? This knob's just going all over the place. So yeah, that's kind of annoying, but it's not that big of a deal, and it's just fine overall. Very C tier, I'd say. Moppletron. Remember Miffy from earlier and its very strange and incomprehensible synthesis method? Here it is again, but even less useful. Let's say that, but this snare right here, that's a pretty good snare. And also one of these presets, here. I think that's really good, especially when you treat this from like a filter cutoff, because it kind of is. It sounds like a fake trumpet through a dial-up modem or something. I kind of love it. But overall, yeah, I don't have the PhD needed to use this thing, so it's a D tier from me. Motion, specifically Motion 2.8. All right, so you load this up. You got this purple interface, and you test out the synth. Let's just hold down C. Astute listeners may have noticed that there was more than the note C in there. In fact, there was a whole little melody. And that's because of this step sequencer. And that's kind of the big central point, is an insane number of LFOs and step sequencers and step filters and gates. So many steps in this synth. And I think it kind of shoots itself in the foot for being really annoying to use. Why would you use a slidable this? to pick one of 12 notes. Yeah, I guess it'd be 12 because, C to C, yeah, whatever. Why would you use this to pick one of your 12 notes? And then this for the octave. That makes a little more sense because it doesn't go too far away. I'm assuming I actually haven't checked how far this octave range is, but it doesn't snap. It's not quantized. And these little labels don't seem to mean anything. You'd think there'd be, 11 or 12 of them. Something. But no, it just smoothly goes up and you just kind of gotta get there. There's no indication. And you think, okay, well maybe that's intended, but then you would expect to just click, drag, and then draw your own shape. It doesn't. Your mouse can go as far as you want and it's stuck to the slider you clicked on. It's not good. Besides that, it's a C tier bass, I guess. Like if you just had the oscillators and none of these step filters or LFOs, it'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sounds. You can use it, sure. But man, this is the key future of the synth, and it's just a pain in the ass to use. I'm extremely curious if anybody's like a champion of this synth. They say, yes, this is inspirational. I could spend all day in this, because God, I can't imagine. But I mean, I'm sure there's somebody out there like that, right? There's gotta be. Ugo. They've made some really great synths. This is not one of them. It's going in the F tier for me. If you're a fan of this synth, you've got to let me know. You've got to show me where you've used this thing, especially if you've gone beyond the presets. I'll give it a credit too. The presets aren't that bad. They even have some actual monophonic synth type things where was it the pluck or something? Plink. Okay, I might have oversold that, but it's, it's usable and it's not just going wacky with this thing here. In fact, is it even set? So there's something here. If you tried really hard, you could use this. But man, you'd have to try hard. I'll give it this though, at least it works. Mr. Ray 73. It's Rhodes, E-piano. It's got a decent sound to it. I think it was velocity sensitive. I haven't touched this in a while for a reason I'll get to in a sec. Yeah, velocity sensitive a little bit. Decent controls and stuff. It has a nag screen that every time at least in a mod plug, which I use, every time I hit play, the nag screen restarts. That's annoying. The problem is, this breaks entirely if I just try to load it from a saved module. So for that reason, F tier. Same goes, there's actually another one from this guy, Mr. Tramp. This also breaks, so same thing, but I'm grouping them together because they're pretty similar. They might have been bundled together, I don't know, it's been years, and I don't even think you can get this anymore. Yeah. NES VST. I like this a lot because it's a very FamiTracker-esque. To show you what I'm talking about, I don't know why the tempo sync is on by default. Turn that off, crank this down to 16 milliseconds, and draw a waveform. That's it, you got it. That's a volume envelope as you'd get from FamiTracker, except for the right click, which maybe they have that option somewhere, but yeah. Triangle. Okay, that's not accurate. It's either on or off, but it's fine. It's a VST. It's not supposed to be a perfect emulation. It still has a nice buzzy, bit reduced sound. The noise is actually, let's get this envelope out of here. That's pretty darn close to the Family Tracker noise, or well, NES noise, as I recall it. It's like a little different, but like, I'd call it negligible. This is just, it's a really, really good tool if you want some NES style sounds. It's not going to be perfect, but we have tools for perfect. I'm giving this the A tier. It's good. NES noise. This one's less good. It's not even really consistent. It does vaguely resemble the 2A03 kind of noise, but it's a far cry from emulation. I haven't tried the pitch envelopes. Oh, I see. How's the noise mode broken? The fact that it's broken makes me want to give it an F. But now it's working? Wow, I've never noticed that before, and I've used this a few times. Whoopsie, that goes to the F tier for being broken. But if you wanted a facsimile of NES noise, and you don't mind the not only being non-periodic, or only one level of periodic noise, then I guess you could use this, but oh, wow. Oh well. And on a similar note, NES Pulse is kind of a facsimile of the Pulse channel from the NES. It's not very accurate at all. There's even a delay built in for some reason. Okay, I really like how it's one level of delay. There's no feedback going on here. Yeah, it's not accurate, but it's not broken. Yeah, I'm saying it's D tier. Nux. If you know Res by Underworld, this is made to recreate that. If you don't, basically the notes that you play control the cutoff of the filter. So yeah, the note here is going to always be C or... I haven't really found a great use for this necessarily, but yeah, it's playing music with the overtones, basically. It's a pretty cool tool. I don't use it often, but it's nice to know that it's there. It's something I keep around, so it's going in the B tier. Oatmeal. This one's kind of underrated. Don't let the self-deprecating presets fool you. This is kind of powerful. Look what we got here first of all. Waveform user PMW even. Let's just go to user and edit. So we got that mode, but we also have a spectrum mode if I remember how to find it. Here we go. Alright, that's powerful enough on its own, but we also have the ability to mix this as FM. So we go here. And then finally we have an asymmetrical distortion. Oh, I forgot it's per voice. I mean, this may not be the best example, but the point here is you can get some really crazy bass sounds kind of quickly if you put your mind to it here. I've got a few examples from earlier stuff. Probably this is most interesting. It's just a good sound. And finally, it has a really interesting trick up its sleeve. Let's go to a different preset. Okay, so take a look over this corner here. I actually don't know. Oh, I didn't. This has individual note tuning. I didn't even notice that in all the years I've had this. But yeah, you can tune to what's the thing they like these days? 420. See, A equals 420. And also, you can change the number of semitones in an octave. My complaint here is that you can't get it exact, so I like 19, but we can only get 19.04. Whatever. Lovely. That said, I've only ever used it once, and I think it was for a 9-tet. Yeah, what do we got here? So, okay, maybe not the most shining example of microtonal music using oatmeal, but my point is it's possible, at least within a certain percentage. Yeah, it's just a surprisingly capable little tool with just oodles and oodles of options that I just don't see grouped together very often. Least of all, the ability to tune each note by a few cents. I cannot tell you the last time I've seen that. And this is an ancient plugin too. Whoever made this is really forward-thinking. That said, would I give this an A tier? I'm not so sure. I feel like it could be an A tier for somebody, but it's kind of B tier for me just because of the layout of it all. We've got literally a section called Hodgepodge, and I think the tuning could have... no, I guess it makes sense that all the tuning's in its own section, but... I'm going to put this in the B tier, but I'm also going to recommend it if you haven't tried it out before. You might be surprised what you can get from this thing. Optic. It's a fairly simple oscillator-based drum machine. I do like how every option has its like randomize button. It's a drum machine. It's all right. It's D tier. Meh. Organized trio. On the topic of skeuomorphism, this has a lot of it, but it sounds pretty darn good. Oh, it turns out I can't play the Hendrix chord on my keyboard. This is wacky. Let's try it again. Oh my god. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really messed with these draw bars myself. Yeah, it's good. Is it A tier good? What can I say? It's A tier, let's be honest. It's a one-trick pony, but it does that trick really, really well. And like, it doesn't claim to do any other tricks. So yeah, let's put in an A. It's fine. Ors. This one's interesting. I think it was the first fully modular VST I ever found. I couldn't quite get the hang of it, and looking back on it, it's pretty obvious why. It's a mess. I remember the manual specifically said you need to route like an oscillator to an envelope and an envelope to an output to get anything, and that's fine and dandy, but there's so many stupid little quirks in here. Like, I think the last slot here is just non-operational. That's why you see the outputs are way up here. This synth is extremely loud because for some reason these dials don't go from 0 to 1 or -1 to 1. They go from -10,000 to 10,000 basically. And by default, well, you can't double click or right click to snap them back to 0, so that's a huge disadvantage already. The oscillator is really interesting because it's not quite perfect like additive harmonics. But it kind of is. It's kind of its own little thing. Obfuscated in an artistic way, which I can appreciate. Same for the noise generator. I'm not going to go through it, but it's interesting. But yeah, the dials are just pretty close to deal breakers on their own. But I think the worst of it is this doesn't work anymore. This immediately crashes everything I try on, except for I just happen to have the exact portable copy of ModPlug that I was using back in high school, which is what you're looking at here, which is why it looks ancient. It works on that. But yeah, it'll crash instantly otherwise. I mean, that alone kind of puts it in the F category, but it feels weird because it doesn't really belong there. It's such a curious oddity. I'd like to go ahead and do a show you the noise channel. Just give me a sec here. Alright, listen to this. That's crazy. I don't understand what it's doing here, but I love it. If it was just this and it didn't crash, that would be B tier automatically because I love what is that rules, but it's so broken. I'm not gonna pull out my 2008 copy of ModPlug Tracker just to get some weird noise sounds out of it. But man, I wish this was not stuck in F tier. Sadly though, it's stuck. F tier. Perfecto 2. Do not be fooled by this silky smooth, simple first preset patch. This thing is some wacky nonsense. So despite that, it's okay, so it's not super usable as like if you just want a lead or a pad or something, but as like an effects generator, I think this has a lot of potential. Like if you wanted to, I don't know, recreate Earthbound or something. I baked this patch before the show. Just listen to this. And the thing about that is it's consistent. I think due to the phase here just not being random, every time you hit C, what is this, 5 or 4? Every time. So it's very useful, it's very deterministic, and I like that. I just don't know if I'm going to be using it all the time. But because it's a specialized tool and I think it's good at what it does, I think I'm going to have to put it in B tier. I just don't know who I'm going to recommend it to because pew pew, am I right? Anyway, PG8X. This is based on the Roland JX8P, and it's a PG800 editor. Not really a sequencer, just an editor, isn't it? It's fine. Another hardware emulator that I've never really used because it's just okay. That's C tier. C tier. Fadas. It's what it says on the tin. It's not too complicated. No strong opinion, really. I think it's supposed to be based on the Casio CZ something. I don't know. Yeah, no strong opinions, really. C tier. It's fine. Futura. I kind of love this one because it's basically a synth for recreating that Hoover sound. You know the one. It kind of specializes in that, detuned phase thing and loosey-goosey pitch shifting all over the place. Or at least that's what it sounds best at to me. It can do plenty of other things though, but... like, it has a specialty. I've used it for more of my ravey stuff. Usually it's a layer, but I've got it isolated a few cases, like as a lead in this tune here. Yeah, notice the pitch bending I added. It just sounds good with this particular sound, this particular type of synth patch. Yeah, it's good at what it does, and I like it a lot. Not enough to put it in the A tier, but solid B tier. Pixel Burn. This is a fairly simple 3 oscillator subtractive synth, but with some sort of distortion built in that I don't really understand what it's doing. I think that one's just detuned. It's some sort of wave shaper, but I can't really figure it out. I haven't tried too hard. I've never actually used this in a production that I can recall. This kind of shows that I've got just 2 sine waves in this one jank right here. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's not bad at all. It does what it says on the tin, I guess. It burns them pixels. C tier. PM Drum. This is some sort of physically modeled percussive thing. It's really a toy, and a toy that crashes my DAW, so F tier. It's not even very good. The notes, you get one note no matter what MIDI signal you send it. Maybe there's some hidden thing where you can control all these with like CCs or something, but it's not clearly labeled, and it wouldn't help me that much either. Don't worry about it. Don't try it. F tier. Sidekick. As the name implies, this is designed for psytrance style kicks, but I found a lot of use for it in multiple places, especially because it has a really long tail, or at least the option for it. That's just a note. That's just a note that you could play that. Also, it has a little bit of built-in distortion, so I was able to get some use out of it like this. This is maybe a bit more sci-techy. These days, I wouldn't use it. I found a nice replacement, but it's still pretty good for what it is. I'd give it a solid B, honestly. Pure 6581. This is a SID emulator. I can't really make sense of it. It's definitely some sort of like rapidly shifting wavetable thing, but like, check this out. So you think, okay, let's change the length of the first table, right? That changed the type too. So yeah, I don't understand this. There might be a problem of you just need to read the manual, but eh. I'm feeling pretty curmudgeonly about it, so I'm going to give this an D tier. You could definitely still get some use out of it, but I sure haven't. Quantum 64. This is inspired by, but not based off of, the SID, or, the C64. It has a few really interesting features, notably the quantum part. So right now I have it set up to a saw wave, nice and saw-shaped. What the quantum does is it bit crushes it, but keeps the, phase and volume consistent, or at least I've seen bit crushers that are not respectful towards that. I think that's interesting. I haven't really seen it before. So that's just a rising saw wave, but if you soften it, it's got a kind of downward motion to it suddenly. It's kind of subtle. It's more obvious with the white noise. Also, I just kind of like when you can route white noise to vibrato. It's a nice dirty sound. So yeah, a lot of interesting little choices here. But it's not like mind-blowing or anything. It's just kind of neat. So for that, I think I'm going to put it in C. It's not the best experience, but I think it's worth checking out. Maybe not keep it around, but just play with it a few times. I've definitely underutilized it because I didn't know that the quantum worked like that when I messed with it. I was more focused on, well, pew pew, am I right? Anyway, C tier for this one. Regol. This is just a filtered pink noise synth. 3 of them, actually, for stacking. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's not super remarkable. It's even unlisted on Emma's website, but it's okay. C tier? I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it's so straightforward. I don't know if I can give it a D tier, but it's right on the border of those two, I think. Yeah, if it didn't sound so good, I think it would be D tier, but C tier. Rain. I mean, I admit, it's not that bad, but who is this for? I'm putting it at F. Sorry, Mr. Whoever made this. If anybody wants to make a song with this, go wild, but I plan on not keeping this. I don't know how I got it in the first place. F tier. Real Animal. This is just a FM and PM synth with noise and pops added into the mix. This one's kind of wild. I mean, Real Animal, right? So yeah, let's knock down that feedback a little bit. This is incredibly cool and incredibly unique. It's also a bit confusing to me. This matrix thing doesn't make as much sense to me as it should. That's a skill issue, though, so I mean, whatever. Let's see if we can show off the modulations here. Okay, so leak is basically just so you can hear the pops and the noise by itself. It's not super obvious, but hopefully you can hear it. We'll add in some more pops. Pretty obvious, I suppose. Now let's send that straight into second operator, down an octave, still sine wave. Alright, I've rerouted this patch a little bit, so you just have kind of a really basic FM bell. That's a pretty good one. It's more like a FM E piano. Now, see what happens when you crank up the mod for this, and the quantization maybe? Or you could do it on this one as well. It just makes really crazy sounds really fast. The power in this kind of astounds me. And for that reason, I want to give it an A. It's just, I've never seen anything like it. And I can't route it in my favorite synth. Nothing like this if I tried anyway. Highly recommended. Redizer. This is one of the plugins that I grabbed in 2010 or so, something like that. They're all designed specifically to help make dubstep. None of them are very good. This one gets a few things right. For example, this EQ curve right here, that's something you're going to want on dubstep type basses, but that alone with the filter, LFO and stuff, it's not really going to help you. It's not that bad. You could work with this, but I'm not about to recommend it to anybody going for dubstep. Just get yourself a wavetable synthesizer of some kind. You'll fare way better. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff in here, but I'm putting it with the D tier. It has one job and it doesn't do it very well. Resonance. This is another one of those 2010 dubstep synths, and it's kind of comical. Let me show you the first preset. That's what it's supposed to be, I presume, something around that range, but it's just silly, honestly, at this point. But it does have an envelope for your LFO. That's all you need, I guess, if you're making 2010 dubstep. I presume this is fed into some crazy distortion stack, and that's where the actual production is, but do you need a bespoke synth just for an LFO envelope? I don't see why. Right back in the D tier with the others, I guess. Res, specifically version 2.0. Okay, so you know how a lot of people say, oh, this synth has this analog warmthness that you just don't get anywhere else? I usually don't know what they're talking about, but this one kind of does. That's a saw wave. It's not quite as harsh as I would expect it to be, but then you add this tone bop option, bright bigger. Then you add the detune. Then you add the phaser. And it's a little overcooked at that point, but it's a very, I don't know, I've always thought this was a distinct sound that you just, you can only get it in res. And I really liked that. I was super duper into this synth back in high school when I wrote these like chipper little whatever this is. Or for example, That's good. I don't know, I like it a lot. It's very super sol, but its own unique thing. For that reason, I'm giving this a B tier. It's definitely something I want to keep around. I do come back to it occasionally for that warm, phasey sound. B tier. There's also a drastically different version 3 of Res that I never really got into as much. I'm kind of grouping them together though, and I think version 2 kind of holds the B rank for this, because this one's dangerously close to C rank, I would say. I do like the age dial though. That's fun. But yeah, Res as a whole, B tier. Rhythmus. So the idea is you should bring your own drum machines when you're sequencing your drums, but what if you just didn't sequence them? This one's a little more of a gimmick. I actually don't know if it's based on something else. I suspected it is. I don't know if it deserves the F tier though, because it does this one thing, and it's specifically thanks to the MIDI clock here. I think it's just a D tier. If not for that, it'd be F. That's my vibe. D tier. Richmond 2. This is a sort of string simulator, a physically modeled kind of synth thing. I was attracted to the physical modeling part, but I never really got into this. I'm calling it fine. It's fine. It's fine. C tier. Ring down. The explanation is written right on the synth here. It sounds like just ring modulating some sine waves, but it's apparently way more complicated than that. There's definitely interesting sounds to be gotten here, but I can't quite wrap my head around it, and I kind of wish there was more ways to break it to sort of see how it does work. Maybe it's a skill issue, but I'm calling it D tier. Seismic. This is another one of those specialty 2010 dubstep synths, and sure enough. Yeah, its special ability is that if this LFO goes to this LFO or something like that, I don't really understand the routing perfectly, but you get a wobbly LFO with it. Yeah, no strong opinions, but I did make this kind of neat for the time sound with it, which is mostly because of the, actually, is it running through anything? Oh, it used to be ducked, but the ducking plugin is not working. I'll get to that later. But, yeah. Honestly, that's a pretty good sound. It just needs a, the actual distortion on top of it. Maybe one of them all-pass phases or something. But yeah, overall, I think C's slightly too generous. Let's go into the D tier. More of a novelty at this point, I think. But if you want them funky LFOs, here they are. Synthesizer. It's just a 2-operator FM synth with a lot of LFO options. Meh, I don't know why I grabbed this one. There's 4 different versions of it as well, and they all do slightly different things. Pretty D-tier stuff, if you ask me. SK Crooner. This is apparently a recreation of the human voice patch on the Casio SK1, I think it was. It has the normal badly looped mode and then a held tone, which actually is pretty nice. I believe that is the only thing this does. I don't know if I should really dock it for anything. I mean, it's not very good. You got a crusher, you got a filter, and you got built-in vibrato. I have actually used this before because it's just a funny, cheesy little sound, but I don't know if it deserves a C tier. Yeah, let's put it in the D tier with a few of the other ones. Far from F though, I'll give it that. Sonigen Modular. Yeah, I could probably spend an hour just Bob Rossing this up and showing you why I like this synth, but I'm gonna skip straight to just a few examples. I haven't used this has a wavetable built in. It's not a particularly great wavetable, if I recall correctly. I have not used it in a while, but you can get some cool sound from it. But what I need to do is show you this, well, it's a showcase. Please give this a listen. Everything but the drums is Sonigen. Of course, it's kind of cheating with layers. I could probably combine these patches here, but it's really good. And most recently I used it for, I wanted a very specific like resonance digital snow sort of effect, and just patched it up immediately. Check this one out. And again, that's just this patch right here. That's the only thing you heard that time. I love this synth. I'm struggling on whether I want to give it an S or not because the wavetable module is not great, and there's a few little things I kind of wish I could do sometimes, but I don't think that's enough to knock it down from this is good S tier. In fact, I don't even think it's free anymore, which makes sense because yeah, it's highly recommended. SQ8L. Adel? SQ8L? Squadle? Yeah, this is based on the Ensoniq SQ80. Sort of, I don't think it's actually a rompler, but rompler, you know. I think it actually uses some sort of like vector synthesis or something, and it's really good. You got a lot of like... You have a lot of naturalistic sounds. But he also has a lot of really good synth sounds. And pads, or at least really long and soft synths. It's really good, but I usually use it for the more silly, naturalistic kind of sounds, like just as an example. Or this one. The fact that this is free is kind of astounding. It's really good. I don't know how accurate it is to the original hardware, but with this kind of quality, do you need it to be? Honestly, I'm putting this in the A tier. It's really good, and I highly recommend just having it around. You might be surprised at what you find. Stratos. In my quest to find an FM synthesizer that I could understand while still being a high school kid, I found this thing, and it's an FM synthesizer. Kind of has a weird routing, mostly because of this submod thing, but otherwise it's just two modulators going to 3 carriers to varying amounts. It's alright. Got your mod. You also have the coarse option versus octave, so right now it's at 3, which is the same as 3 octaves. So you can get some crazy stuff there. The weirdest part about this thing is the LFO, which let me demonstrate real quick. Pretty straightforward, but then you have this steps option, which kind of like bit crushes the LFO. Very strange, very unique. I've not seen this. I can't recall the last time I've seen something like that. But other than that, it's just good old-fashioned, not that hard to use FM synthesizer, C-tier material. C-tier. String theory. I was absolutely in love with the synth back in high school. It does one thing. It makes strings that go pluck. I mean, I guess there's other things you could do with it. I've never really experimented with that too much because I just like the string sound. It's a good sound. Kind of, physically modeled. Here is one example. It kind of shows the range of it and how it's really, well, dynamic over the range. It's really good. I like it a lot. Yeah, I'm thinking this pretty firmly belongs in the B tier. It's a little below A tier just because of it is the one-trick pony. But also I think that's kind of the strength of it. There is a sequel to it, M Theory, but I think they went a little overboard with the synthesizer part of it. However, I've got to give props because let me find this preset. That's a pretty good woodwind kind of sound from a string synthesizer. But yeah, I'm grouping these together and putting them B tier. I'm keeping them around. I don't know if you would, but I definitely recommend giving it a spin. B tier. Subsonic. This one, it's another one of them early dubstep synths, and it's basically just a subtractive synthesizer with a little bit of sprinkling on the top. No strong feelings about it. I plan on getting rid of this next time I'm doing some cleaning, but I'm still going to put it in the D tier with the rest of these. It's not actually a failure, it's just not good. D tier. SXM June. This is a replica of a hardware synthesizer, the Juno 6. I don't have any strong opinions on it. It's a Juno 6. Okay, I actually don't know much about it, but I will say that it has the chorus is kind of neat, and I'm assuming that's a unique feature of the Juno 6. But it's fine. It's C tier. Sing 2 LE. That's light edition. I don't know what the heavy edition is. I don't have it. This is a vocal synthesis. You can create words and sing with it. The issue is you have to make every single syllable using a second channel, to pretend that doesn't say delayed llama, to control the phonemes. This is pretty cool, but I think I've only tried using it to like make coherent sounds once. If you know the song, you know. Even in that case, I gave up after a couple of bars, so it's tedious, but it's really, really cool to just use it as a synth with a random wacky filters as such. I think that one was still loosely based on the my attempt over here, but it's not really words anymore at that point. It's just really cool filter manipulation, and I love using it for that. I think I've actually done this more in Ableton than Modplug, but I'm not pulling that up right now. Yeah, for what it is, it's pretty good. I'm putting it in the B tier. It's a little... I don't know if jank is the right word because it does exactly what you want it to, but yeah, it's just an all-around really cool thing. If you use this to make something with coherent lyrics, I'd love to see it because, good lord, what a process. In fact, it's probably worse than a tracker, but I tried. B tier, good stuff. Synth 1. This one's kind of goated for me, except for the starting preset. I don't know why they have this patch as the default. Whatever. But this has just enough of everything to be insanely powerful. And instead of just walking you through it, because it's kind of obvious except for some of these options, which they're not super obvious. But yeah, first I want to play this patch here. I'm still not sure how I managed to make it sound so cool. And that's all from just one instance of Synth 1. This is probably the most involved sound creation thing I've done. That synth was the intro. Here's the middle of this song. It's a really, really good synth. The only reason it's not S rank is because it was somewhat recently for me overtaken. It used to be anytime I needed just a synth sound, it would be Synth 1. Just throw it in there, and I could probably get pretty close to whatever I needed, if not exact. Like, apparently I've used this thing 1,700 times for the past 14 years? 14. I've been using it less and less, but I still go to it sometimes. It's a good one. Definitely A rank. And it's a high A rank. Tal Electro, or Elect 7 Row, is definitely electro. It's a pretty good, straightforward synth, I suppose. It has a how would I describe it? A very smooth, bubbly sound to the filter and resonance, I think. I mean, that's obviously influenced by the attack here, but even with an instant attack, it has a smoothness to it that I think is... I'm not going to say this is the only synth in the world that has that, but it's unique to this synth, you know what I mean? Just as an example, I used it in this tune. Let's get a blank instance up here. The weird thing is it's really, really good at drums. In fact, this patch right here, the reason I keep coming back to this synth is this particular patch, and also the yeah, I looked through all the modules that I've made using this, and almost all of them, besides the one I just showed, use it for this hi-hat patch. And let's be real, it's a pretty good hi-hat patch. I think the FM is actually kind of its own thing. It's not really linked to like a second oscillator. So yeah, that gives it a very unique character that you can get some crazy tones out of. But overall, it's either a low B or a high C. It's hard to pick one, really. I'm gonna put it in a low B. It's something I think I would want to keep around. It's a pretty good little synth. B tier. Tel Noisemaker. This one has an envelope editor that's kind of the highlight, the centerpiece of this synth. I'm noticing it's not used at all in this patch. You can kind of see it there. It has this curve. Where's one of these? Here we go. Sure. Anyway, besides that, it's just an alright synth, I'd say. I mean, even with the envelope editor, I think it's just alright. Honestly, the first thought I have with this envelope editor is to just have a ducking envelope, so that you don't have to do any side chaining. Just fake it. Love doing that kind of thing. There's a much better version of this in my favorite synth, Vital. So, yeah, that wasn't out for another 10 years at least, though. So, the synth seems pretty good for more like, more grungy, crunchy kind of sounds. A little bit of FM, a little bit of ring, a little bit of sync. I think there was a sync. Did I imagine that? It's fine. A little bit of bit crushing. So I guess if you want that's what you reach for. That's what I've always used it for, but only as experiments. Nothing actually good that I can share with you. So this is just another preset troll. Overall, I'm gonna say it's a C tier synth. It's not bad. I don't know if I'd recommend it super easily, but it's definitely not trash either. The Tel 62. This is basic subtractive synth. You can tell from the wood grain sides and the very simple controls, and it makes pretty simple, pretty decent subtractive synth sounds. Of course, I always reach for the acid first thing, and it's got a sound of some sort. I'm not sure how I would describe it. The fundamental kind of disappears over the resonance, but it's not like the resonance is like feedback loop or whatever you call that. Self-reinforcing? I forgot. Anyway. I've only ever used this for pretty basic subtractive synth sounds, so I don't have much to show for it. All in all, it's all right. It's a solid C tier, I would say. Tapetronic. It's a free mellotron, basically. You got your 3 sounds, you can kind of crossfade between them. It's pretty simple, but it doesn't need to be much more complicated than this, really. Just change your attack, change your release. Sort of more of an EQ than tone, but yeah, tone, whatever. And then tuning goes around a little bit. And also this one secret option, check this out. I've not used that and I'm not sure I ever will, but it is there. Only reason this isn't the A tier is because it's missing let's say I want to go back to 0. I'm going to have to like fiddle with it until it's exactly 0. No middle click, no double click, right click. Doesn't reset. But I mean, if you need a mellotron, this is it. I've used it plenty. TB Carillion. It's what it says on the tin. Chime synthesizer. It's okay. I do like the randomizer. It's not that versatile, but I guess it doesn't claim to be either. It's C tier, sure. TB Padawan. 4 pads, I presume. So, on one hand, it feels a little undercooked for a pad. Like maybe maybe one of these LFOs could help a bit more. Let's hit randomize a few times, see what we get. That could be good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have strong opinions about this one. I do really like how one oscillator is, you know, an oscillator, and one of them's like a sample. It's a really cool choice and adds a lot of unique flavor to this synth. I also never noticed until now that the presets are named after Merc records, or at least the first two seem to be, based on, you know, Proem and I forgot the guy's name, but it's something Jackson. You can kind of hear the Proem in it too. Yeah, it's not blah enough for a D, but I think it's a low C, this one. It's definitely got a cool character to it, so, you know, you could easily get some use out of it, but I don't, it's not highly recommended, I suppose. We're putting it in C tier. TB Papaya, allegedly a mallet VST. I find this pretty underwhelming. It's kind of like a weaker version of the Carillion. Not unusable, but not much to write home about. I think I'm going to put it in the D tier this time. Just to balance things out, I guess. I don't know. TB Peach. The real ones know, this is distinct. It's just a bunch of samples of NES chiptune waveforms and some ARPs as well. It's not good. But the thing is, because it was used in certain circles, it sort of has this like retro throwback feel now. At least I think it does. So I wouldn't call it F tier, but it's still not good. Half of these aren't even in tune. And also the extra bit crush. Yeah, no. So yeah, I'm thinking this is gonna go in the D tier. TB Pippo. This is one of those impulse-based, like vaguely physically modeled synthesizers. It's also one of those things that is kind of it breaks when you go too high of a note. So let's do a chromatic climb here. And it just breaks. You could probably find a use for it. I actually don't know any other synth off the top of my head that has this kind of broken behavior, if that's something that you want. So it's got that going for it, I guess. But for the most part, it's not good. It's going in the D tier. TB Tapeworm. This is another Mellotron emulator thing. Again, I can't remember exactly how accurate it is to the original hardware, but I actually much prefer this flute to Tapotronic from earlier. But also, I think Tapotronic has the better choir. Honestly, I would recommend having both around because, you know, it's similar, but each sort of fills a slightly different role. I think it's going to go in the B tier because, again, it's super simple, but it doesn't need to be that complicated as just a Mellotron emulator. So, B tier. TB Toad. This is the counterpart to TB Peach. Also kind of infamous, or at least in the circles I was in 10 plus years ago, it was kind of infamous. It's just a drum machine, in quotation marks, sample bank of just a whole bunch of NES samples. Instead of being pitched, it's just one pitch each sample and you get a variety. There are some good ones in here, but my main complaint actually is that they're so unbalanced. I already forgot which one it was, but one of these is a kick drum. There it is. Super quiet, and then you get this incredibly loud beep, pause. I don't know what that's from, actually. If it were balanced, it'd be fine. But man, this is teetering right on the tier, or right on the border of an F tier for me. Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and give it a D tier though, because it does one thing and doesn't really ask for more. TB Triforce. So instead of just sampling NES, leads and such forth, why not just make your own synthesizer? Well, apparently the answer is because you don't know how, or aren't quite aware of what the NES can do. The noise emulation is not even close. The triangle does not have the important stair step that you get on the NES. And for some reason, I do appreciate that the pulse width is quantized a little bit. If you listen closely, get that sustained up. I do appreciate that, but that's not what the 2A03 can actually do. It might be like that on the, I think the VRC6, but I don't trust that. I have a few other NES synths that I've mentioned on this list so far. Grab one of those, toss this one in the trash, F tier. Tetra. This is another one of those, what's it called again? DSF synthesis. I still cannot make any sense of this. Also, what the heck is this opening preset? Yeah, it's, you can get some pretty cool sounds out of this, but I couldn't tell you how. I'm gonna put it in the D tier. It's not a fail synth, it's just a PhD synth. The Bends. This is just loud and distorted and impossible to navigate. So I think this is actually perfect for, like, if you just want some loud, distorted, experimental type music. I know some people who would just adore this synth, but that is a really narrow use case, and it does not have enough options to do much else with it. It's like missing half of its interface. I don't know what's going on with that. So for that reason, it's going in the F tier for me. Throat singing. There's got to be a better way to do that. And it only plays one note for some reason. Like, here's a C major on 3 octaves. Same thing. I wonder if these are samples. Yeah, I don't know, but it's a toy. It's not really usable. It's going in the F tier. Ticky Clav. For some reason, this is just so much better than Clav Lab. Yeah, I don't know, there's not much to say about it. It's simple, but it's good. I'm gonna put it in a B tier, actually. It's really good. I want to keep it around. I'm surprised I haven't used it more. Triple Cheese. What it says on the tin. Lusciously cheesy comb synthesizer. Come to think of it, I've never actually used like a comb synthesizer on a like consistent wave. I've always tried to like use like a feedback loop on a single impulse. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty fun. I don't know if it goes that high on the tier list. Maybe a B tier, but yeah, we'll put it in the B tier. It's pretty cool. I think I want to keep this around. B tier. Tunefish. Alright, this is technically just a one oscillator thing, but I want you to take a look at the oscillator generation thing going on here. I love these options. It's just such a really cool sound design platform, and like, it's just the oscillator options. That has even touched on the automations and the envelopes and the everything else. And look at this effect stack you can have with the format filter. Do wish the format filter was more adjustable, but like, this is crazy. There are a lot of little bitty flaws with it. Like, for example, if you do put an envelope on the scale to make this cool like sync sound, it's not as smooth as it should be. But you can work around that. And also, it doesn't quite act like it should. If there's like, the envelope covers the whole range from 0, and you can't adjust the starting point. These are minor things that would knock it down from an A to a B. But the real problem is it doesn't work. It doesn't save. It does not save anything. You have your defaults, and you can overwrite them. I don't know where they're stored, but every instance that you open up the synth with is going to start with the same saw. Restore. Whatever changes you make, you close your module, you reopen it, all of them are going to be this when you reopen it. So this is useless to me. F tier. I'm sure some people would love this ability, but God, I hate it. And that's a shame because I really want to love this thing, but oh well. Tyrell N6. This thing refuses to sound digital. Like, every little touch of it sounds analog. The overdrive, it's not super obvious, but that's not digital clipping going on there. That's just a little extra warm wave shaping. Fascinatingly good. The real magic, the real thing that sent this flying over the top for me was soft sync. Let me set this up real quick. So we got, it's about a tritone away. Pretty dissonant. So, tritone, let's slowly turn up the soft sync. I don't understand how this works exactly. It's some sort of black magic to me, and I did not think this was available in software at all. I've never seen it outside of a like modular synthesizer that specifically supports soft sync. Yet here it is. This is kind of incredible to me. Yeah, I've been, ever since I rediscovered this, because I forgot I had this thing, I've been wanting to just play with the soft sync and see what I can get out of it. It's kind of incredible. I think this belongs in the A tier. It'd be B tier if it just had the soft sync, but the amount of like just subtle analog touches that they've included here makes it like, it's gotta be A tier, right? It's a really, really good synth. Venom VB-303. This is, quite obviously, a TB-303 emulator type thing. It is that to an extent that it doesn't play notes. Each note that you hit is actually a pattern select, and whenever you hit the note, it starts from the beginning of that pattern. So I guess you could just make a pattern for every note that you want to play. That's a really stupid way to do it, though. The real magic is in like the step sequencer, which I'm not going to step through, but I recommend you give it a try. It's really fun to play with. And if you don't want to play with it, there's just a random button. You got acid. What I like to do though is make like a full pattern and then like a variation of like a little turnaround or something. Not the best example, but this is just the module I have pulled up, but you get the idea, I hope. But sure enough, the magic is in the step sequencer, and also you can set accents, which I have going on here. Yeah, accents are pretty fun. Also, like, got really good distortion built in. So this particular module is it's by reed. I just kind of 303ified it, so it's kind of alternating between two patterns. Let's give it a listen and just. And you also have some really quick and easy options for automating, like just drop the tuning down a whole couple of semitones. Yeah, maybe it's not obvious, but I really love this VST. It's really good for acid. I reach for it all the time. They do have an updated version just called the VB-303, which is much more confusing to me. I think it's actually closer to the original hardware in a lot of regards, but I've actually looked at the modules I've made using this, and I don't understand how I pulled them off, so take that with what you will, but if you can find this old version, I highly recommend it. It's A-tier VST going on. This one might click better with you than it did with me. Same thing, honestly. A-tier, go check it out. Vital. This one is goated. I love this synth. It says it has 3 envelopes. It'll automatically make more. Same for LFOs and randoms. The filter routing, pretty simple, but it's effective. You have a lot of filter options, including comb and phase. You got FM, you got ring modulation, you've got insane modulations you can perform here. Technically, you can buy this synth, but it just comes with a bunch of presets. The synth itself is free. I have gotten insane mileage from just this initialized saw wave. The effects tab, the matrix texture, I don't know, everything about this I love. Not just for its functionality, but it looks beautiful too. And as an example, I'm going to show you this weird patch that I made, which is nails in a vacuum chord arpeggiation kind of thing. Just watch it go and listen. It's a beauty to watch. I've made entire songs using that synth. This one had a few other layers, but it's a good demonstration. The drums, it's really good at making drum sounds. All that is vital. Chords. Vital. We just showed you the arps. really cool lead sound. I had it layered with Synth 1, but just on its own, it's pretty good. Bass, vital. 100% vital. Same thing here, except when I say 100% vital, I mean there's no even effects after it other than a limiter and some analysis stuff. Listen to this. I've never felt so free when just making and designing synth sounds as I have with this synth. It is S tier, top of the line. I could not recommend anything more than this as far as my collection of free things go, I think. It's really good. VL tone. It does one thing and it does it fine. Well, I guess it does more than one thing. I've never really played with any of these other stuff. But yeah, it's fine. C tier. Valk 1. It's just a little vocal pad question mark synthesizer that uses a bunch of formant filters. Badly. Yeah, it's so out of control that I think I'm gonna have to give it an F tier. I mean, I guess you could wrangle some pretty good use out of this if you tried, but it's kind of jank, and I kind of want to get rid of it, so sorry, mister, this goes to the F tier. Vocove 2 vocoder. Honestly, sounds pretty darn good if you ask me.
Can someone explain this name phenomenon? Can someone...
Now the thing is, I've not actually used this in production. It's one of those things that I forgot I had. So I can't really show you like, well, this is what it sounds like in use, other than just a quick little looky here. But even if it's just the drum loop, so yeah, you can change that easily, and I think this is a perfectly adequate little vocoder. Sounds good, easy to work with. If there's some major problem with it, then I'm missing it, so into the C tier it goes. VOPM. This is another real one. Certified Hood Classic. Even Yuzo Koshiro uses this one. It's been around for 20 years, and it's kind of like the best FM synth for a while, or at least it's exactly like the YM2612 from the Genesis, so a lot of people that wanted to make Genesis chiptunes used this. I've used this. If you compare this song from Twin Hawk, and I've recreated it like so. It's slightly off, and the Genesis version is, or Mega Drive version is a little detuned, but it's the same patches. It's the same sound. It's really good for that. Downside, it's not the best interface. You better know what you're doing with FM synthesis. This thing is what drove me to find all those very strange FM synthesizers back in high school, because what is D1R versus D2R? What is any of this? I'm still not entirely sure. I think it's rate and level. Why are there two decays? Total level, that makes sense. Why is it called RR, not just release? I don't remember what KS means. So yeah, it's a little weird, but it's really powerful and it's stuck around for 20 years for a reason. So it's got to go in the B tier. I do think pretty much any other synth has better layout than this. Jenny, although I only had the beta version, it's so much cleaner. It's so much easier to look at and know what you're doing. And there's another one. I think it's paid though. Another Genesis simulator. But yeah, this is still good. Classic, but it still works. Still good. And finally, YM-VST. This is based on the something, I can't remember. One of those old chips that has a very fast hardware envelope, as you can see from this section. This VST is really very strange. I really wish these giant things here were buttons instead of the tiny thing over here. I do like that you have a little envelope here. It only does square waves or this entire sweep. Hold on. Can't really control the sweep too much. It just kind of sweeps on its own. You do have a bit more control over the waveforms over here, the envelopes. I'll show you that in a sec. I do want to point out the noise because, I don't know, I always appreciate a good noise generator, and this one's pretty good, I think. Some good noise. Reduced clock cycle kind of thing. I'm just gonna play you this entire like test suite that I did with the with this synth, working with the waveforms here, where I basically adjusted what the waveform was tuned to above or below the given pitch. So this is all over the place, but just give it a listen. Warning: if you're on headphones, it's all square waves. It's very harsh. All right, here we go. Actually, maybe I should annotate these. This is the same sequence based on the transposition here. And whenever I change this note, it's just the transposition is going to go down the same amount, so you can kind of like repeat phrases. And it has a sort of same timbre every time it does it. Whereas on this pattern, I try to keep the absolute distance of the note that I transpose to, and then you get some really weird artifacts. And finally, we're just using it as like just some crazy modulation, which I think is really, really unique. Not something I've heard before. And the synth is really advantageous for that specifically. Like you can't discount it for being able to do this so interestingly. So yeah, it's really interesting. There's a lot of flaws with it. I'm really not sure if I should give it a low B or a high C, because it's a step above the stuff I usually put into the C category for this kind of unique, crazy design. So yeah, I think I'm gonna give it a low B, like just barely in there. And that's all for the synths. Next up is the effects, which I've got a few more of those. Bit drive. It's a 1-bit bit crusher. Not much to say about it really. It has one function and it does it pretty well, at least I think so. very, very crunchy. I've never used this, but it's fine. C tier. Two-roll filter. This is indeed a filter with an envelope that follows the transients of the input, but it also has a lot of like shuffling options. Scramble, it says. Let's show you the filter real quick. So something like this is going to work best with like an actual drum break, not something sequenced or, low dynamic. It also comes with a scrambler, which I'd like to show off real quick. It scrambles. It's pretty straightforward, I suppose. Let's get that going. Yeah, my big complaint here is that it's not super obvious, like, what does a scramble offset mean? Silence insert? Okay, sure. Reverse, obvious. What are these? I think these are related to the filter, wet and dry scramble. Not sure. Apparently this is an old version of the plugin, and there's a newer version that has fixed this. But overall, I don't know, I'm not too impressed with this. It definitely has a place somewhere for somebody, but not for me. I'm putting it in the D tier. Acoustic. This is, well, you can kind of read it, body resonance modular. I mean, it's what it says on the tin. It adds a little bit of resonance to a few select frequencies. I don't really know how you would dial these in. Like, okay, you got your frequency, your Q, and your gain, but shouldn't there be like a way to link these together or something? I don't know. The layout leaves me unimpressed. The function, I mean, it does what it says. So in that regard, it's okay. But like, I don't have strong opinions on it. I don't think it's worth putting in the F category, but it's a D for me. Air wall. It says it's a stereo image expander, but it seems to be like distorting and filtering my stuff as well. That's not the stereo image, man. Also, it just seems to be broken. Like, what happened here? Why is... what? I'm sorry, Mr. Eric's Airwall. You're going in the F tier. All pass phase. This is it's a filter that lets all the frequencies pass through it. And you'd think, well, that's the most useless thing I've ever heard of, and you'd think wrong, because it adjusts the phase of all the frequencies across the board. So just as a demonstration, we have this nice saw wave here. Turn on all pass phase and look at what it looks like now. This is an incredible stepping stone for like sound design. You can crank it up even further, and like even by itself, this can make some really cool like I don't really know how to describe it. It just messes with synth sounds. It's also incredibly useful for drums because it sort of like accents the transients. It turns anything into a kick drum. Let me get my spectrogram out and show you. So here we have this kick drum that I've made that I just got looping. Look how fast it goes down from the click to the bass note. Now when we turn on all pass phase, it's like a laser. The lower the frequency, the longer it takes to get to that frequency. And with that, you can get some you can get a lot of punch out of your drums. You can't otherwise. This is an incredible tool. There is a paid version, but This one's free. Well, I guess the cost is you don't have an interface, but it's 3 sliders and 1 mix whatever. You'll be fine. This is an A tier plugin. I highly recommend getting it if you do any kind of sound design. Ambience. This is an old reverb plugin. I think it's from 2002 or something like that. It's old enough that it has a dial dedicated to changing the CPU usage. This turns out to be the coolest feature on this effect here. Let's give it a little run through here. Pretty basic, easy, whatever. But we also have a hold button, and let's turn this quality down. You can hear the shifting of the sounds, and they're being processed less, and as you do that, it sounds more like just a wonky delay. I love this effect right here. There's a lot of other little tools and things. I ended up making basically an entire album out of this. I'm going to show you just one example of something I did here, where you automate the, what did I automate here? Yeah, the size and diffusion. If you automate those with a low quality CPU setting, you get something crazy. So like for reference, this is what it sounds like dry. You can get some insane sound design out of this, and it's supposed to be just reverb. Honestly, it functions quite well as reverb too. I just haven't used it like that in a while since I discovered this quality dial. This has to go in S tier. It is astounding. Highly recommend you check this one out. If just to play with this quality dial for a while. Pun not intended. Angelina Effects. This is an effect version of the Angelina synth I covered, how long ago was that now? Anyway, this is very obviously designed for like pads and like, well, choruses, vocals, or something that are planned to become, you know, a choir. Because you can have your granularity, some sort of granular modulation thing going on, and a chorus and a reverb, and they're all pretty heavy. Maybe a bit too heavy. But if you turn all that down, you just get the filter. And yeah, it's pretty good. You could probably get some good mileage out of this, the more hazy effects they have going on in here too, but I don't have anything set up for that. It's a nice C tier plugin. I don't know if I put it in B tier. I think wow and then some more dedicated reverb and choruses and granular delays would probably be a better fit. But it's a nice package altogether. You could easily get some good use out of it. C tier it is. Ano BRS-FX. That's Bad Radio Signal Effects Emulator, sort of. Yeah, I made this one. It takes the incoming signal, modulates it into, I think it was FM radio kind of ish. Then you can add some like noise and a little comb feedback and some other stuff, and then it undistorts it or unencodes it. Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of interesting idea. By default, it also kind of works as a low pass filter because you can change the transmission frequency. So let's go ahead and get the demonstration going. Signal clarity is how loud the signal is, either when it's encoded or during transmission. This can introduce artifacts if you pump it over like 0.9%, or 90% rather. then the transmission mod is how much it actually modulates, which also produces interesting artifacts, makes it very squishy sounding. The noise isn't very interesting, the comb isn't very interesting, the phase shift is very interesting. Let me demonstrate that real quick. So it is an extremely interesting little effect. I've not heard anything like it. I'm sure there is something like it somewhere, but I had to make this one, and it was pretty much just an experiment. It does have one major flaw though, and that's this deharsher. It's not deharshed enough. Let me get my spectrogram here. Well, it's not particularly bad on this particular signal. It's probably worse on this low kick. Yeah, up here, this is way louder than it needs to be. I usually, whenever I use this, I end up manually editing this out with like, low pass filter or like some bespoke FFT kind of removal. You kind of need to. For that reason, this kind of falls into the D tier. But it's also a very interesting tool that you should probably keep in your tool set. It's just, I don't know. I've had mixed results with it. So yeah, I'm going to keep it in the D tier. Sorry to say, Mr. Whoever made this. That was me. Ono DC Bias Tilter, or Rev Clip as the preset I haven't changed the name of. Yeah, this is another one of mine. I haven't released it yet, but it's one of my favorites actually. It is what it says. These sliders here control the maximum amount that the waveform is allowed to go to, and this controls the minimum. And this changes where it goes to. So 2/4 is probably the easiest to describe. So you're not allowed to go above whatever this is, or you'll just stop until you go to a negative. 2/0 is also pretty fun. Just no positive frequencies allowed, actually. Clipping also behaves a little weird because I still wanted to maximize it because it's technically clips it but makes it quieter, so I've got this weird gain thing going on. Now the real amazing beauty of this is you can add a DC offset, which let's turn off the compensation so you see what I'm doing. So with that, you can, what I like to do is choke out the sound entirely. So we're going to go to one of my favorite uses of this in Ableton, and just check this out. Ignore everything else in the stack, just look at this. I really love how that came into just a really squelchy lead synth, but listen to what it sounds like without this plugin. Or actually, let's just slowly turn it off. Wacky, right? I love just choking out sounds with this thing. It's so good at it, and it makes such interesting sounds. It's really crunchy too. Now, not to be, Obama rewarding Obama here, but I think this is an A tier plugin. It's simple but effective and unique. I like it a lot. I'm putting it in the A tier. Atlantis Filter. I guess technically you can easily see what this is doing, but no. Why is this so weird to use? I guess I could understand why you would need 4 different filters. If you're doing it in parallel like this, 2 of them seem to be directly linked to the reverb, which I don't know if I want, especially I guess there's more than 2 options. What is all this? I don't really... I saw somebody describe D tier as like, yeah, it works, but you're going to have the worst possible time programming all the settings, and I think that's what this is. I'm sure there's somebody that would love this for what it is, but that somebody is not me. I have plenty of other plugins that can do, I assume, all of this. I mean, you'd have to do some routing on the DAW side, but I love that. I don't need to read these function and arrows and whatever. Anyway, I'm putting it in D tier. Auburn Sounds Couture? I feel like this is French or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's transient shaper or transient booster, I guess. This is a free version of a paid plugin. You can do everything but the saturation, which would be pretty cool, I guess, but on its own, it's still quite a nice plugin. Let me just shape a few things so you get an idea here. We're going to be using a drum machine this time. I love the visuals of this because it shows you exactly what's happening, what it's detecting versus what it's boosting or de-boosting. So let's go real quick. I think that's pretty obvious. It just really increases those attacks and makes them fade a little bit faster and harder. Pretty simple controls, just pretty good all around. I can't help but give it an A. Like, what is missing besides the saturation? And even with that, like, it's pretty darn good. If you ever need a transient shaper anyway. Auburn Sounds Graylin 2. It's a format-preserving pitch shifter in real time, plus auto-tune, and a really nice little interface. Yeah, let's show off the pitch shifting first real quick.
I can see that you're no longer. I can see that you're no longer. I can see that you're no longer in love with me. I can see that you're no longer in love with me.
I mean, it's not Ableton's pitch shifting with format preservation, but it's pretty good for a free plugin, or again, free version of a paid plugin. I don't know why I'd want a bit crusher, but this pitch tracking mod does look pretty cool. It also does have auto-tune, so you can get,
I can see that you're no longer in love with me. I can see that you're no longer in love with me.
And I believe that also works with the pitch shifting.
I can see that you're no longer in love with me.
Yeah, not much else to say about this. It's a pretty good, let's say a B tier plugin. It's something I definitely want to keep around because ModPlug does not have any format preserving pitch shifters. If you want to go up in pitch, it goes up in speed. So yeah, I'm giving this a B tier. If you have Ableton, maybe there's not a reason you'd want this. Maybe you like the idea that you can, shift the pitches around and auto-tune. Ableton doesn't have that built in as far as I recall. I'm behind on versions and do not plan on upgrading because I want my 32-bit plugins. But yeah, B tier for this one. Bent. It looks pretty, but it has 5 parameters and I don't know, I'm not too impressed by it. Let's give it a quick little demo just through the presets. Yeah, this is one of those narrow use cases that I can't imagine what it's for. I've never used this and I don't know if I ever will. I'm gonna put it in the F tier. It's not for much of anything. It's more of them like it's more of a creative tool, I would say. You can you could probably get inspired from it, but I don't know. More of a toy than a tool. Goes in the F tier. Bertil. If I recall correctly, this was somebody created this wacky circuit bent distortion homebrew thing, and then studied it for a while and recreated it in this VST. That's kind of cool and unique, but I kind of wish things were more clearly labeled. I think the point is that they aren't. Like, what is moonshine? I don't know, but look what it does. That's pretty wacky. It is very, very much a distortion thing. Just give it a spin. I highly respect the fact that the bit crush does not just bit crush the signal. It's like somewhere in the middle of a very long chain of effects. So it has a very, it's a subtle and unique kind of effect. Of course, with distortion plugins, what I test against is the phase shifted saw wave. Let's give that a listen. That's pretty good. Alright, now here's my big critique of the thing. The type. Again, as I recall it, each type shows the like a variation in how this guy routed the signal. Because like I think he actually like had multiple like circuit bent things, and one of them was a microphone connected to a speaker, and sometimes it wasn't, and that depends on which type you use. I don't know what these numbers are, and I wish that was more clear, but that's basically the only complaint I have about this. See, look here, like type 7, that bit crushing is like very obviously bit crushing. But then when you go to like this, it's doing something, but I don't know where. Very fascinating. Very cool. This is the one complaint I have, but I think you can work around it. I think it's unique enough to be a B tier plugin. Oh, that's so cool. Bifilter. I don't really know what the bi is for. There's way more than 2 options, and there's not 2 filter banks. But it's a nice filter. It's very digital sounding, despite some of the names, like Silk. You'd think that's pretty silky. That sounds very not silky to me, very digital. But it does have a lot of fun options, like vocals. And this like FM and AM stuff, comb. FM, which is kind of insane. Let's try it on drums actually. Kind of wild. Anyway, one of the more interesting features, besides the many different filters and curves, is the distortion. So that gives it a really interesting character that you just don't see very often. It is still very digital, and that's a very specific sound that I don't know, I have mixed feelings about. But still, I don't know, it's a nice little tool to keep around, just keep it in your back pocket. Kind of a B tier situation, I'd say. B for bifilter. Big Tick Hexaline. Do you need some stereo imaging? Just delay each channel by a bit. It's not very good, especially on the defaults. Like, why is the default delay 26 milliseconds? I mean, you could use it. I don't think I'd recommend it. It's not a fail plugin, but it's not great. Very apt for D tier, I would say. Yeah. Oh, that's weird. But yeah, this is still a D tier for me. Bit Crusher. That's all it's called, just Bit Crusher. It's fine. C tier. Blockfish. This is actually pretty good compressor. I don't know, not much else to say about it. 2002. That's really good for 2002. I don't know if I'd recommend it super quickly. Is it a B tier? Maybe. I have other compressors I like a bit more, but I really can't say anything bad about this one. I think I have to put it in B. It's just good. Simple but effective, you know? B tier. Borderliner Effects. Yeah, this guy repackaged his synth and removed all the synth functionality and made it a effect. It's not great. I'm not sure these two effects even do anything. Most of the rest of it is just oscillator stuff, unless I'm missing something. But even then, I'm putting this in the F tier. You don't need this. Bouncy. So you know how delay is usually linked to like a specific value or perhaps the BPM of the song? What if? No. I really like this in concept, but I really, really wish it had like a graph or like any interface at all. But I mean, I gotta check this out. Hold on. That's just hilarious. I can't help but love it. Okay, so here's the situation. I don't know if I could ever truly recommend this as like a go-to tool for much anything, but I absolutely adore it. So it kind of falls smack in the middle. I guess I have to give it a C tier, but like, what a fun concept. Brushbox. Yeah, this is basically just a novelty, like not quite a pitch shifter, not quite a ring modulator, not quite anything else, but some combination also. Yeah, just give it a listen. It's a toy. I'm putting it in the F tier. Toby Bear is not getting the greatest ratings from me, but I mean, it's toys. What do you want? Camel Crusher. I've seen a few people like swear by this, but it doesn't really do much for me. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that is pretty good, but is it like swear by it good? Pretty middle of the road if you ask me. Not bad though, just C tier. Christortion. This is an asymmetrical distortion plugin that kind of Usually when you draw an asymmetrical wave, on this kind of grid, you get different harmonics from the fundamental that you send into it. This one kind of works in reverse. We kind of define what fundamentals or what harmonics you want to add or remove from the fundamental, and then it'll automatically generate the curve. And it can be asymmetric, like as shown here, and it will show you what a sine wave will look like in the preview here. So, sure enough, doesn't quite get as loud as this graph does, but to just go through the examples. It's very interesting and very surgical. I feel like it's for somebody with way more skills and like way more time spent on where exactly they want the distortion to take place. Somebody that's more familiar with that would probably have a lot of fun with this tool. It's a bit beyond me, but I can't help but admire that surgical precision that you get from this. I think I'm going to have to put it in the B tier. It's very, it looks like a darn good tool. CK Pitch Shifter. It's a good old-fashioned pitch shifter. I believe it keeps the harmonics as well. Let me actually test that real quick. To varying degrees, but the reason I am very happy with this plugin is because it works extraordinarily well for drums and crazy effects on drums, especially because of the delay and feedback options here. Oh, and the window. Let me demonstrate. I really like that effect, and I've only ever seen that on pitch shifters that don't preserve the harmonics of anything. I guess this could be one of those, but it kind of isn't really. You just have to mess with the window settings and the algorithm a little bit. This is really clean, really nice, really powerful, and I like it. Even though I usually use it just to correct some, or pitch shift some breaks just in the middle of a pretty long effect chain. Nonetheless, I think I want to give this an A. It's a good plugin. A tier. Classic Auto Filter. This is the better envelope following filter. It's still a little not great in my opinion, because I don't like what the high res sounds like. But it has all the options that you would need that the earlier plugin, 2 Rule Filter, doesn't quite have. It doesn't have the shuffler either, but you don't really need that on an auto filter. This is going straight to the C category, I think. Low C, but still a C. Classic Chorus. It's fine. C tier. Classic Compressor. fine. I really don't like compressors that don't give you some sort of visualizer. So for that reason, I'm knocking it down to a D tier, but it's fine. If you need a compressor and this is the only one available to you, it will work just fine. You'll be fine. But there's so many better options. Classic delay. One of the hallmarks of a delay module is how it handles the feedback, especially if it like reduces the quality and makes it, decay in quality over time. This thing really shines at that, especially the tape type mode. Let me give that a spin for you. I love that. I love how it just sort of wobbles away in tape mode. Analog mode is a bit more extreme with its low quality. In digital mode, I don't really notice what the quality's doing. I'm on speakers right now, so maybe it's more obvious on headphones, but I'm not hearing it. Still, the tape mode, and also I don't know, it doesn't have that bendy sound. It's very jittery when you change the delay time mid feedback, but I kind of like that actually. It's not accurate to tape anything, but I like the jittery non-harmonic sounds that it produces. I'm calling that a feature, not a bug, so this goes nicely in the A tier, actually. It's a quite good delay plugin. Classic EQ. Have you ever wanted to pretend that you're back stuck in the past when you had to turn each individual knob for your, 7 EQ channels? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. We have to manually slide each one of these? And you don't even have the advantage of widening your finger and sliding multiple at the same time? Yeah, I hate this kind of layout. And again, there's no visualization to go with it either, except if it's hot or cold. The warm and the saturation and the link should be there in the first place, I guess. But the warmth and the saturation, that could be interesting, I guess, but this is a pet peeve of mine. Do not make equalizers like this unless you're trying to cause pain and suffering. This goes in the F tier. Classic flanger. It's fine. C tier. Classic master limiter. Do you not pay attention to when you're getting close to the peaks and you want to control that? Do you hate dynamics? I use this religiously. You just slap it on the master bus and you're good to go. This is S tier for me. Sorry to everybody who says it's a bad practice. You can't stop me. Classic phaser. It's fine. C tier. Classic reverb. This one is pretty straightforward, not in its analogies, but in its functionality. Does that make sense? I mean, you don't get to choose the size of the tail, you choose the size of the room, which is kind of based on, it's correlated, but not exactly, because the damping will, decrease the tail, even if the room size is bigger. So, yeah, I don't know where to put this. I'm not sure what I'm looking for in a reverb plugin. It's usually not this, but despite that, it's still a pretty good plugin. Let me just give it a spin for you. Yeah, I don't know what to say about it, honestly. It's nice and simple and pretty good and effective little plugin. I think it's easy to understand, too. I mean, not as easy as this knob makes the tail longer, but it gives you a better idea of what you're controlling. You get more control over the sound, not necessarily the length. I focus on this because when I was in high school, that's all I understood. Reverb make tail long. It does way more than that. There's a lot, the damping, the filtering. But yeah, I'm putting this into C. It's a nice cromulent plugin. Coldfire Dist Bit. Distortion Bit. It's just a bunch of distortion damage modules that you can chain together along with filters, which I think that's actually pretty smart. You could probably do some lovely, effect chaining in here. I especially like the pitch to ring modulation. That's pretty cool. Pitch to filter as well. I never noticed that on this thing. I've only used it a handful of times, honestly. It's kind of weird. I don't really like the interface, or at least I don't like... I kind of right-click anywhere and get an about, but not a list of the modes. That's annoying. Alright, having said all that, I kind of really like all the distortion things that come with this, which is kind of neat. Definitely like middle of the chain kind of stuff, or maybe if you combined them actually within the patch, you could get something really good out of it. Like with whatever these presets are, I have not browsed through them. But it kind of balances out to like a C tier, maybe a low C. It's alright. Kind of a fascinating little plugin, but still C tier. Crunch Dude. This appears to be like a guitar amp simulator type thing, but it's not doing much for me. Guess I could use it on an actual guitar. Man, I don't know, it's not doing much for me. I don't think I'd call it a complete failure, but it's definitely D tier. CT-U05 PMW Vol. That's pulse width modulation volume. I don't really understand this, but It's really cool. It's something I dink around with a lot, but I haven't really found a use for yet. But nonetheless, what is this? I want to put it in the B tier. It's going in the B tier. CT-U06 Bit Out. Kind of similar to the last one, except this one, it's a bit more obvious what it is. It's kind of like a bit crusher, but it's more like amplifying the effects than just creating them. Let's give it a spin, you'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, this one's interesting to me. Actually, let me pull up another example. So I just have a saw wave looping little sequence, kind of whole tone sounding, but just treat it as a style. I ran this through Bit Out and got a really crazy acid sound. As you can see, the resonance is quite high here. Check this out. So yeah, this is another like kind of weird one, but I can't help but put it in the B tier. It's one of the things I just want to keep in my back pocket because it's unique and it's a really fun sound design tool. Deep Blue Glitch. This thing was goated back in the day. I don't know what else to tell you. It's kind of remarkable. I'm just gonna run through some of my favorite effects. The tape stop, re-trigger, shuffler, and the reverser is pretty good too. I've like made entire songs that just run through this reverser. You can fine-tune like some really, really good stuff, and that's why I'm putting this in the A tier, but you can also just go wacky, hit randomize a couple of times, and just see what you get. Yeah, it's pretty fun to just dink around with, but I highly, highly recommend digging in and setting like very specific chains. Like usually what I'll do is I'll pick one effect that I'm just not going to use. Modulator, I actually don't remember which one it was. Oh, you can set it as blank, never mind. So you can just do this and then add a tape stop every end of every bar or something like that. The biggest complaint I have is that this doesn't quite sync properly. I'd be way happier if you could like MIDI control like which pattern bank you want to use. I think there's an option for this, but it'll switch mid transport. There is an advantage to that, but I hate it. I much prefer VB-303's method where it just starts a new pattern as soon as it gets the MIDI note. Nonetheless, A tier. Really good stuff. Decimator. It's a bit crusher. Honestly, I'm putting it in the F tier just because you don't need this. You have better options. By like a lot better options. But hey, if you want a bit crusher that looks funny, I guess this is your go-to. Delay fucker. This is a very incomplete plugin of my own. Basically, I just wanted to have a delay plugin that was MIDI controlled. So if I wanted to double the octave of something, I'd start by playing, let's say, C5 here, and then go to C6, and then double it to C7. And at high values, you can basically play a melody with anything, like drums. Like, for example, okay, I made this because I didn't know any other plugin that did it, and I still don't. So this does have utility to me, but it kind of sucks. I can never get it configured right. There's a million different versions, and all of them are broken in unique ways. So I'm going to have to give my own plugin an F tier. There's a reason this is unfinished and unreleased. But hey, it does sound cool. Deleter. This is a delay plugin that kind of links Bit Crusher to the delay time, more or less. So the longer the delay time, the more bit crush the sound. So as a demonstration, yeah, I think that's pretty obvious. Got some basic stuff, low pass filter, modulation. Rectify and drop is interesting though. Let's go to my other test bed here. If you toggle this switch, you get rid of the delay circuit and you just get your effects as they are. So let's give this a listen. I think this no delay part with just a lot of dropout is the way more interesting part. I kind of wish that you could crank the dropout rate higher, but otherwise I'd call this a perfectly C tier plugin. Kind of neat tool actually, but just C tier, that's what I would say. Delta Modulator. This is a bit crusher that uses delta modulation. So it's a bit more akin to, well, what you'd hear on the NES, if you're familiar with the screechy sound on the sample playback sometimes. This can do that. It does get very loud, so I'm going to be careful about that, but let's give it a spin. See what it can do. It's a really unique sound, something I think you'd want to keep in your back pocket because, I don't know, I'm a big fan of it. It definitely is limited in its use, but let's get some screeches, you know? I'm putting it in the B tier. It's good at what it does. I kind of wish the sample rate were more interpolated. I think it's like what do you call subharmonics? Based on certain divisions of the sample rate. I do like how the bit rate is a non-integer amount. That's good. And I don't know. Not much bad to say about this one otherwise. B tier. DFX buffer override. This is a fun one. Let's hear it dry first. Kind of dramatic chords, but mind that. So it does what it says it does. It'll take the buffer and then override it, and if it's shortened or lengthened or whatever, you get glitchy looping kind of sounds, and you can modify those. I don't know how best to explain it other than an example, so let's go. This thing is insane, and I don't use it enough, honestly. Let's just dink around a little bit with this drum loop. The only real downside is that it's very easy to just get tones. Probably work with that, but I've not been able to. But I really, really love the glitchy, repeaty sounds that you can get from it, and that's what this is for. That is its specialty. This is an A tier plugin easily. I mean, this is bordering on S tier. I might even put it there, even though it's so niche. Let's see what happens when I'm video editing, I guess. This is an S tier. Good stuff. DFX Geometer. Okay, this one's kind of weird to explain, but basically it takes the incoming waveform and then picks a bunch of points based on whatever algorithm you got here. So in this case, it's the zero crossings and then the peaks. And then, using only those points, it regenerates the waveform. So for example, here it's just linear interpolation. So our sine wave becomes a triangle wave with this. But you could also do things like flip all the points. Or one of my favorites, if you want to sort of FM sound like easily. Another thing it can do is modify how it generates the points in the first place, and that gives you some really weird, unpredictable outputs, really. So it's kind of like a facsimile of low pass and high pass, and a lot of effects that you're very familiar with, but just complete wrong way to do it. And for that, I love it. If you want to do sound design, this will be your friend. There's a lot of amazing things you can do with this. Every time I use it, which isn't very often, but every time I use it, I'm having a good time. This is an S tier plugin quite easily. 100% underrated. I'm surprised more people don't sing its praises because, wow, it's good. DFX Res Synth. If you remember Chimera from quite a while ago, this is that, but for whatever input you give it, and with a few less options, but you could call it more focused, I suppose. So just as an example, let's get this drum loop going. Yeah, it's a funny little plugin. I've never actually used it, but I like it. I'm gonna have to put it in the B tier. It's just, it's good. DFX Scrubby. Do you know how this works? Because I don't get it. Kind of neat, I guess, but I'm forced to put this in the F tier for the what am I doing? Dirthead. This was, I think, the first guitar amp simulator VST that I ever got. And I ended up mostly using it as just one effect in a stack of distortion units for, gabber kind of kicks. But it works as a actual guitar amp. I don't have a guitar, so here's a MIDI one. And with this thing turned on, cabinet on, medium, and the real crunch. It's got plenty of little options here and there. I don't really think it's the best plugin. It has, like, in my experience, a kind of limited range, but that might be my limited knowledge. Like, I technically know what these do, but I don't really know how it would affect the final sound. So, yeah, I don't know. Also, the cabinet. Again, I'm not sure what it does, but it definitely adds a more guitar-y crunch. But I don't know. It's pretty good as it is. One of those things I keep in my back pocket, but mostly, again, for kicks. I don't think I have any of them on me. But yeah, I'm giving this in a C tier. It's a nice little plugin. Destroyer. Yeah, this is a distortion plugin. My sort of standard for these is what does it do to a phase shifted saw wave, so this. And what does it do to a kick drum? Those are the main two places I use this kind of stuff. So let's crank up all these dials and give it a listen. Turn it on, feedback, we want all that. We want a lot of saturation, overdrive. Actually, let's do it one at a time. Just the feedback. Yeah, I like how it excites those higher frequencies in particular. So maybe that's a feedback related. Nah, I'd use that as a pretty grindy kind of synth sound. Let's try it on our kick now. Yeah, I think I would only use that in a multi-band kind of setting. I think it focuses way too much on the low end, which I guess you might expect from, how this works. If we turn the low end down. Yeah, that's about what you'd expect. It's alright. I don't really have any much strong opinions about it. I don't like the crush. That's kind of actually bad, I think. Otherwise, it's fine. C tier. Whatever. DJ M filter. Yeah, this is pretty obvious, isn't it? Well, let's give it a spin. I don't know why you would use this. Is it specifically a DJ tool? I don't know. This is going into my trash bin. I don't know about you. There's much better options of filters to choose from unless you really, really want to scrub this low and high pass thing here. I'm going in the F tier. DMO Gargle. Yeah, it's just a really limited ring mod for some reason. Why do I have this? F tier. DT-BLK-FX-S. I don't know what any of that stands for. Oh, I guess Daryl Tam bulk effects. Yeah, I don't know. It's a mystery, and the interface is a little weird. But we'll go ahead and do this and 40 decibel, and we have a lot of options here. And the thing about this is that they're all incredibly, incredibly powerful. It's delayed by a beat, so let's go ahead and get this started. Yeah, this is the Aphex Twin Window Flicker FFT nonsense that you, well, that I love. Okay, so I don't actually know what all of these do, but you have quite a few slots, and I've only ever used one at a time because that's all you need for some incredible, incredible effects. This is one of those VSTs that was sent from the heavens and blessed all of us with FFT nonsense. Easy S tier. I don't think I could recommend this enough. I love it. DVS Ping Pong 2. Devious? I guess so. There are a few key features that I look for in any delay VST, and this has pretty much none of them. It does have an interesting effect when you change the delay length, which I'm going to demonstrate real quick. But that's all it has going for it, for me anyway. So this is, I don't think it's worth an F tier, but D tier just barely. Just barely D tier. Would not recommend. Ephonic Lo-Fi. I'm actually not quite sure what this is doing, but it seems to be getting rid of like tonal information. Just check this out. Very strange. Interesting. I think it's the downscaler. Yeah. But with the downscaler, it does crazy things to drums, or I guess noisy signals. Yeah, it's definitely more of an audio destruction unit than a lo-fi anything, but it's alright, C tier. Effectizer. Yeah, it's kind of one of those multi-effects that I don't know needs to be a multi-effect. It's alright. I do kind of like that wah, but I don't know if it's worth this whole plugin for it. It's alright though. D tier, I guess. ElectroQ. This was my graphical equalizer from before I discovered better tools, and it's alright. It's just alright. I don't really know what all the difference between all of these are. I do like that it has it. Let's just go ahead and... Okay, well I have Today, I have learned this has an interesting broken EQ feature, which I've got to admit, that's pretty cool. But otherwise, I don't know. I wouldn't really want to keep this around because I don't use it. What is this analog digital? It has a screaming and a secret British mode I've noticed. Where was it? British. What is British? Very interesting, but prior to now, I haven't used it in over a decade because I found a much better, much nicer visual equalizer. It even has visualization in it. But I mean, this is pretty cool, I gotta admit. I have to give it a B just because of this feature I've today discovered. The broken high shelf. What is this? Crazy. Yeah, B tier. Elect. Do you hate your sound being good? I don't know, I guess there's some appeal to this, but it's not for me. It's going in the F tier. Elotronix XL. Yeah, it's a weird tape delay kind of thing. It doesn't really make sense to me. Like, does this a record to file option? Why would you have that? But it does have a few interesting features. It does not respond elegantly to changing the tempo, but when it does change the tempo, old pieces come back if you go up, or rather if you go down and then up. So yeah, this is the glitchiest delay plugin I've ever encountered. That is just not an elegant way to manage changes in the delay length. Is it worth an F tier though? I'm not sure. I'm leaning towards a D tier, just a really, really low D tier. Yeah, this is weird. I'm gonna have to put it in the F tier just because it's not usable. It's kind of broken, but it's definitely one of those F tier things that you could get some use out of this, but it's not going to be what the author intended, I believe. Epic Clouds. This is a reverb that I think is more designed for creating a soundscape than functioning as reverb, so to speak. Modulate, kind of obvious. Tone is like a low pass filter. I've never seen a high pass filter that's just an on-off switch. That's kind of weird. Decay is pretty obvious. Bloom is also weird. I don't know if I've ever seen this. If you don't have it on, then it's just a regular reverb. It'll, reverberate after the tone. But if you turn it all the way up, there's like a fade-in delay with the reverb. Very strange. I'm not sure what to think of it. But yeah, let's just give this a little run with this ARP I've got going on here. It's pretty good for what I'm pretty sure it's designed to do, which is make just a huge, lush soundscape. Honestly, I'm feeling it's a little bit higher than C tier, but not too much. I'm going to give it a low B tier. But I mean, these are quantized. Low B tier is still the B tier. But yeah, this is pretty cool. Epic Verb. I like this one a lot. I don't really understand all this early response options are. The damping, what is RT low? I don't know. Crossover? I don't know. Never really used it. Equalizer, pretty obvious, self-explanatory. Filter, mid and side. We want the side. Don't know what this does. Or the response. I guess these are the various impulses you can use. Yeah, I haven't really messed with this too much, except for the equalization for, shaping and the plus 10 seconds button. Let me show you. So, I don't fully understand this, and oddly enough, I think I want to give it a C tier, despite the last one being a B tier, because this is less specialized, but it feels a bit less powerful. What are these differences between these responses? Assuming they are impulse responses, what does all this do? I've never really noticed anything too different about this, although if you look through the presets, they are adjusted, so they do something. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lovely tool. I keep it around all the time. I use it all the time, especially for that plus 10 seconds button. I love that. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a C tier that I would recommend keeping around. FA3 Full. That's Free Amp 3 Full. I don't know what's full about it, but at one point I was seeking a better guitar amp emulator than Dirt Head, and stumbled across this, and I think it is better. However, my lack of knowledge of guitar amps is not doing me any favors, but let's just go through the presets on this, MIDI sounds. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a really good amp simulator, but I just don't know how to work it. I feel like these also are not the best guitar samples to use, but it's what I got, it's what I know. So, yeah, I think I'm just going to give this a C tier. It seems pretty good. Maybe it'll blow somebody's mind, but it's just good from my perspective. So, C tier. Ferric TDS, that stands for Tape Dynamics Simulator. This is, as I understand it, something like a glue compressor plus a little bit of saturation distortion, specifically designed to emulate that of the compression you get when you're recording on tape, I guess. I've got a longer form oscilloscope down here. Let's give it a look, see what it can do. Yeah, I don't know. It seems pretty subtle to me, and when I do notice the differences, it's kind of drastic. This is probably not the best use case for it, but I don't know what is. Or rather, I suspect it would be something a bit more complicated, like something with a reverb tail or vocals probably, but I don't have that on me. Yeah, I don't know. It seems fine. No strong opinions. C tier. Floorfish. This says it's an expander / noise gate, but it looks kind of just like a gate to me. It's quite nicely set up. I love this listen button right here, where it kind of shows you, and then with this indicator light, what exactly it's listening for to gate. So, really handy. It's quite nice to work with. I can't tell you the last time I've used a noise gate in anything. But no, it's good though. It's just, what are we expanding? I don't get that. Still, I'm gonna give it a B tier actually. If I ever needed a noise gate, I think I might be coming to this. Forma 8. This is not 1 but 4 formant filters on an XY grid. You can morph between them, and yeah, it's pretty nifty. The one most prominent use I have of this is when I was just kind of experimenting with it. Here is the dry sound. Kind of loud, kind of distorted guitar thing. Here it is with the formant. Or the actual sequence I wrote. Main complaint of this is the drop-down menu interface. I mean, I understand why you have it for the syllables, but the formant range is just a drop-down. I don't really like that. But I mean, sure, you can do it with anything. Let's go to our I also kind of wish the mod had more control, so I don't know, there's a lot of little tiny things that are dragging this down, but it's not that bad, and it is a cool tool to have. It's not the greatest formant filter ever, but there's 4 of them. I'm going to give it a C tier. It's not bad enough for a D tier, but it's not great either. It's definitely a low C tier. Fracture. This is one of those glitch type plugins, but it's really just a delay and pitch modification. What do you call that? Time stretching, but not really kind of things. Like here's your time stretch ratio. Not sure what the repeats are repeating. Here's the size that you're chopping up and repeating. Filter, and what is this? Yeah, more delays type stuff. Feedback. Let's go wild on the Amen. Now, I'm not gonna lie, that's a really cool effect, just messing with the repeats and the size, but this thing kind of sucks to use. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give it a D tier. There's definitely potential in here, but I think I'd probably just use the actual fracturing part and not met with any of this modulation stuff, because there is a lot of modulation options, but I just can't imagine really using them. Actually, sample and hold with the synchronized might be fun, but yeah, I'm putting it in the D tier. Fragmental. This says it's just a multi-effects plugin, but it's more like a granular FSU something. Let's just go on a little tour, just a little freestyle with this Amen break some more. Alright, so yeah, this is kind of crazy, but I don't even know what else to say about it. This is cool and I like it. B tier. I don't know if it goes into the A tier. It's yeah, I think I'm gonna put it in the B tier. It's really good, but I don't know if I'd be using this every day. B tier. That seems safe. Freak shifter, or full buckets frequency shifter rather. It's just a frequency shifter with some LFOs built in. I really do not like how the dry mix seems to leak through even when you have it set to 100% wet. But I don't know, I guess it's alright besides that. I'm putting it the D tier, honestly. It's alright. Not much more. Funk Shaper. Yeah, this is a graphing calculator turned into an overdrive module type thing. Check it out. Okay, that's kind of funny because if you're just modulating by the sine, then it's just an FM, isn't it? Let's get a little bit of acid, I guess. Oh, okay, this kind of rules actually. But okay, there's two really big problems with this. So first, let's say we want to edit the formula. We'll just go over here, type in plus. Oh, right. All of my keyboards is assigned to an instrument, so I can't do that. We'll just let's do a tan H A. No, let's do B times X. Cut. Paste. Enter, and look at that. So yeah, this is like, it's a really cool concept and really cool functionality despite the annoyances, but you might have noticed that this is my old high school ModPlug tracker instance. This does not open in modern ModPlug or Ableton. It just crashes if you try to look at it. That sucks because you need to look at this to know what you're doing. I mean, I guess you could just build the preset on your own. I don't know how that would work. It's broken bad, and I really wish it wasn't because wow, you can get some cool sounds out of this, but sadly that means it has to go into the F tier for just broken. Oh well, you had so much promise, Funk Shaper. What a shame. Geektronic. This is a bit crusher with an interpolator built into it, which is kind of interesting. The layout's a little annoying to me because what does this mean? Oh, what are we equalizing? We're attenuating or boosting, and it doesn't really tell me anything. Anyway, but it does have a neat effect, so let's give this a spin. Yeah, when you enable and disable the stepped versus vector mode here, you can kind of tell the difference between your average bit crusher and this thing. So yeah, it's kind of neat. It's a smooth roll off instead of like a aliased thing. It's kind of, I don't know. I can't remember the last time I've seen that actually. Not much else to say about it. It's a neat little tool. It's got its place. Bit crushing. C tier, sure. Glace verb. Like a glacier, right? I've seen some people swear by this, but I never really got into it. It definitely has like an impulse built into it. It's just kind of interesting. And I can see why that would be appealing to a lot of people, but it's just okay, if you ask me. C tier. G snap. This is the poor man's auto-tune. Check it out.
I can see that you're no longer in love with me.
It also has a MIDI mode, if I recall correctly.
I can see that you're no longer in love with me.
Absolutely terrible example, but I think it gets the point across. Now I want to try it with some other thing. Let's see what we got. I think we can just do a sol wave from Vital, can't we? That's kind of funny. Absolutely not the way you should be handling something like this, but anyway, yeah, it's a pretty cool tool. There's probably better options like actually auto-tune, but I still keep it around. I don't know, not much to say about it really. It'd probably go in D tier for its quality, but where else are you gonna get this without paying for it, huh? C tier. G-tune.
No, 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 no. No.
Yeah, in 2008 I found this plugin and immediately used it in just about everything because I was mostly working with samples at the time and none of them were tuned. And how many years is that? 18? No, that can't be right. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. 16 years later, I'm still using it. I have other tuning plugins, but if I want to know what something's tuned to, I automatically go G-T. G-tune. Here it is. A tier, I guess. I feel like it's not the best because
No.
it's really wobbly. I feel like there's, you could probably adjust this a little bit. Like, there should be some options to adjust, like, the speed and, like, maybe a graph or something, but I don't care. It works. It's been working. It's good for me. I'm going to put it in the A tier, just for me. You can find your own. Good luck. Hiccup. It also comes in a grand and micro version. Do you like not having any control over the sounds that your effects make? This might be for you. It's just like a preset delay, quote-unquote glitch effect with a single on-off button. It's a novelty at best. F tier. You can do better than this. Hysteresis. This is kind of a granular delay thing that's really pushes it towards the edge of what it can do to break the sound. And it's kind of neat for that. Let's just give it a spin. It's just Kid 606, isn't it? I've never actually used this, but now that I'm looking at it, I think it's pretty neat. I'm gonna put it right in the C tier. It's a very niche tool, but if you ever need this sort of glitchy nonsense, I think this has you covered in a way that I haven't seen easily done before. Actually, I can't remember which plugin it was. A few plugins ago, something had modulations that I think were a little useless. I'm feeling that here as well. I think you'd want to automate this manually. But yeah, solid C tier. Imperfection. Let me just show it to you. It's kind of just a worse isotope vinyl, but it's not that bad either. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty D tier about this one. Isolator. This is supposedly a way to isolate vocals from the center channel using some like cancellation and some frequency shifting something. I poked around a lot with this before hitting record, and well, let me show you what I got.
Now I'm actually running late.
That's the before, here's after.
Now I'm actually running late.
It's a little, it's something. I would not recommend it. There are so many better ways to isolate vocals these days. For that reason, this is just an F tier artifact, honestly. And speaking of isotope vinyl, I swear the warp model used to change like the wow and flutter when you scooted this up, but I'm not hearing it right now. But anyway, yeah, this is kind of goated. This was presented to me as the VST for if you want some crunchy breaks and like a, you know, hip hop type beat. And I've definitely used it quite a lot for that. Really, you just get to your where and maybe the year, which kind of just distorts and filters it a little bit, but it does a good job at that. Yeah, I don't know. B tier. It's a nice little plugin, even today. JB Ferox. This is ancient. There are like multiple newer, like paid versions of this now, 2 decades later, just about. But I adore this version. I've been using it pretty much since it came out, 2008, 2007. It does a lot of really basic things that just click with me. So, for example, it does this like filtering thing, but it has a certain edge to it that I think is a little bit better than just, you know, filter. It has a lot of these feedback and noise features, which they could be annoying, but I've only ever found them charming. It's just a really, really good plugin. I'd like to share the craziest thing I've done with it, which is right here. We're going to play through this pattern without the plugin active. And then with the plugin active. And just listen to what the feedback noise does to this. Just insane what you can pull off with this. Does it deserve an S tier? Maybe not. Am I giving it an S tier? Yes, I am. I love this thing. JB Omnisone. This is another JB plugin, ancient JB plugin, but it's fallen out of favor from me because I've got better methods of, you know, messing with the stereo imaging, but sure enough. It makes things wide. Comes with a free stereoscope as well, which I do appreciate, and sometimes I'll just slap this on the master just to see the stereo image easily. It's a D tier from me these days. You've served me well. JB Time Machine. This one I know for a fact has gotten a heavy upgrade after, again, nearly 2 decades, but it's still a pretty good bit crusher, specifically because you control the aliasing quite a bit. So let's demonstrate real quick. So yeah, I've always found the DA aliasing kind of annoying, but the AD is lovely, so we can just focus on that if we want to. These days it's I'd say a C tier plugin, but it's still nice to have. If this were the only bit crusher plugin you could have, I think you'd be happy for a while. That was my case back in the late aughts. But yeah, C tier on this one. Karma Effects Delay. It's quite simple, but that's all it needs to be. What can I say? C tier. It's fine. It's a nice little delay plugin. It's the one I've been using kind of by habit at this point after almost all of my music making career, ? But C tier, it's fine. Karma Effects Equalizer. Do you see this? Do you see that? F tier. Karma Effects Filter. It's fine. What does the drive sound like? I haven't touched this in quite a while. Let's see. Yeah, it's alright. It's got that digital edge to it, I think. But, it served me well in 2008. What can I say? I'm putting it in D tier, actually. It's okay. You've got better options out there. Karma Effects Reverb. Yeah, this is pretty simple, easy to approach. I don't really like the types. I think those are all just different types of impulses. It might just be algorithms. I don't really like that. I don't want to have to flip through these and pick one. But besides that, it's pretty straightforward, I think, and that's usually my go-to reverb if I just need a little bit of a tail on something. Not too long. I mean, it's a pretty decent tail right here, but yeah, it's alright. C tier. Knockout. Yeah, that last vocal isolator plugin, I couldn't really get good results from it. Couldn't really figure it out. This one is more FFT based, so it has better results usually. I use this quite a lot whenever I needed to extract vocals from something before, say, 2018, 2020, something like that. So, yeah, let's give it a listen.
Now I'm actually running late.
And enabled with stereo protection here because it goes straight to the left channel by default.
Now I'm actually running late.
So yeah, it's not perfect. And again, you have much better options today, but it does what it says it does. It's about the best you got, and 10 years ago. So D tier, I guess. I'm not sure why you would use this today, but if you need to, it'll work. Contrast. This is part of the FFT tools from Smart Electronics. It's basically a multiband equalizer or multiband compressor with just an infinite number of bands, it can absolutely destroy your sound, which is a fun sound design kind of opportunity. Just as an example, here's this break that we love now. And it can bring out some weird artifacts if you crank it the other direction. It's a neat tool, not as good as the S-ranked double bulk FX or whatever it was called. Just pile of letters. That's the only disadvantage for that plugin, honestly. But yeah, it's fine as it is. I don't know, C tier, especially as part of the bundle, C tier. Mad Shifter. This was the pitch shifting plugin that I went to all the time many years ago because it's harmonic based, or like it keeps the tonal relationships between all the harmonics consistent as it shifts them, or something. I forgot the exact terminology, but it shifts the pitch by a note amount. It's not very good at this. If we listen to this example here, it's really messy, but that's a complete non-issue because every time I used it, it was for drums. Kind of a neat feature that I've only used a handful of times is that it's also MIDI controlled. So you could have a little, rising riff. Probably not the best plugin these days, but it's not terrible either. It's right between C and T tier, in my opinion. C and D tier. I'm going to be a little mean to it and give it a D tier because it is pretty outdated. Doesn't even give the date, but we're looking at like 2008 or 9 or something like that when this thing came out. So time has moved on. D tier. Aside. I'm going to be skipping over a few things in this bundle because I either can't or don't or have never used them, such as Magic, I assume automatic gain control. This appears to be like a multi-audio route sidechaining kind of thing, and I don't even think I can do that with mod plug, so yeah, I've never used this. So, that out of the way, we're looking at M Analyzer. I mean, it's an analyzer. I honestly just use the equalizer for whenever I need to do this kind of analysis. But if you don't want that, I guess this is for you. No rating on this one. That's another thing I'm going to be doing, is not rating a lot of these because it's just a huge pack. And honestly, the pack as a whole is S tier, but some of them are better than others. Mash It. This is some sort of beat scrambler, question mark. Yeah, I think I've stated my opinion on these sort of things multiple times now, but the effect can be nice, but I much prefer having fine control over these things, and this thing does not give me that kind of fine control, so into the F tier it goes. M Auto Pan. It pans automatically with an LFO. It's perfectly adequate. The LFO options are kind of wacky for what this is, but it's there if you want it. C tier? Sure. M Auto Pitch. It's poor man's autotune. Actually, let's go ahead and go to, I think it was C sharp B minor? One of these.
I can see that you're no longer in love with me.
huge advantage that this has over G-Snap: formant preservation and formant shifting. I love that sort of thing.
I can see that you're no longer in love with me.
Huge disadvantage, no MIDI in. You can send MIDI into this plugin, but it just changes the scale by like selecting and deselecting what keys you can use. Actually, I think it might be basically equivalent. Let me take a quick look here. Okay, so it's just a little less aggressive, but it can still sort of function that way. That's interesting.
I can see that you. I can see that you're no longer.
Okay, never mind then. The way that it handles that MIDI in might actually put it above G-Snap in my opinion. So I actually can't remember what I rated it. So I think I'm going to put this in the B tier. It's actually a pretty neat little plugin. M Bandpass. This is pretty useless, isn't it? I mean, that's a pretty powerful filter, which is kind of cool, I guess, but do you need another filter? Do you need this? I'm putting it in the F tier, but it's not bad. It's just, you have so many other options. Why would you go with this? MBBC, that is the multiband bit crusher. This is kind of a genius concept because bit crushers inherently kind of kill your high end, but what if you just didn't really apply it to the high end? And you had all the crushing in the low end. That's an insane spice that you can add to your drums. What's it like on other things, I wonder? Yeah, this is wild. I'm surprised I haven't used it, probably because I can't remember what MBBC is. Yeah, this is a nice solid B tier thing. It could be an A tier with if it were just a little bit cleaner. Like I want to see where the bands are being defined. This doesn't mean too much to me. What if I want to switch between them? What if I only want 2 bands? Is that what this does? Who knows? But yeah, this kind of rules. B tier. Bit fun. Yeah, this is less of a bit crusher, more like a bit destroyer. You got your logical operands, and I don't know what the sync does actually, but and for something more tonal. Pretty cool. More of a sound design step than just an effect you slap on the master, but I don't know. Let's put it in the C tier. Charm verb. it's pretty cool. Reverb that you have to kind of pay attention to, and it's very it's not crazy. I might even call it charming. No strong opinions though. C tier. It's a nice little reverb you can play with. M comb. It's comb filter. Kind of crazy. I feel like you could get some like really stupid reverb out of this, and I do kind of like the way it's laid out. This interface is just kind of neat, but also I don't think I would use it. I have other options available to me. I can't recall the last time I've ever wanted non-harmonically aligned comb filters. Nonetheless, it's fine. C tier. M compressor. Now, if there was one of my most used plugins ever, it's this one right here. And again, it's because ModPlug does not have any stock plugins. Also, look at this visualizer right here. Again, this is going to be biased, but this is A tier for me. I use this all the time. I can't tell you the last time I didn't use it. M convolution easy. Yeah, this is just a convolution reverb easy mode. Mostly what I do here is feed this my PS1 reverb impulse responses that I happen to have, and boom, we're in PS1 land. So nothing to write home about, but it's nice to have. B tier. MDA Bandisto. This is multi-band distortion, but with the worst user interface you've ever seen. Or no user interface, I guess I should say. I mean, it's not bad distortion, I guess, but good lord, I cannot navigate this. Please, please. Interface. F tier, I'm sorry. MDA Beatbox. Yeah, this is really funny. It detects drums and then replaces them. I feel like this could be a bit more powerful if there was, you know, any control over the drum sounds. I'm not sure there is, but look at this. Kinda funny, but D tier. MDA combo. Yeah, this is a guitar amp type thing, and surprisingly it's okay. The lack of interface isn't a problem because you basically just have like 3 settings, and they sound kind of good if I'm being honest. It's a C tier from me. MDA Degrade. It's a kind of bit crusher sample reducer, but with some extra stuff thrown in. It's fine. The C tier. MDA Delay. Eh. It's alright, I guess. I would not recommend it though. D tier? MDA D-Tune. Is this broken? Wow. F tier. MDA dub delay. So it's kind of the functional version of the last delay in the MDA pack. It's okay. Again, there's a lot more effects that can do this way better. So I just don't feel right giving it even a C tier. It's got to be a D. D for the dub delay. MDA dynamics. Yeah, we're compressing. Again, the interface though. The non-interface. I'm still giving this a D tier. MDA overdrive. I'm underwhelmed. F tier. MDA ring mod. Finally something that I use, except I looked through all of the instances that I've used this thing and almost all of them were for hi-hats, because it turns out if you apply ring mod to a hi-hat it gets a cool sound. In fact, you can make hi-hats like that. Like for example, for some reason I decided to turn this into a hi-hat. So you got scream, cut short, it's kind of more of a snare-like really, but then when you add the ring modulation, it's a hi-hat. Anyway, this is a ring modulation thing, and I kind of like how it's laid out. This steps in units of 100, and then you can select anything you want within that range using the second slider. So really simple, does what it says. Not much to write home about. C tier. MDA round pan. C tier, sure. MDA shepherd. You have tones or ring mod. If you could figure out how to use this, you're more creative than I am. I'm putting this in the F tier. MDA subsynth. This just adds a sub to the lowest notes or whatever. Here, you'll hear it, unless you're on like weak headphones. You could use this. I really wouldn't recommend it. I think you need more control than this. But I guess maybe if you're working with a drum loop, it's better. But D tier at best. I'm being generous, but D tier. MDA talk box. Now here's pretty much why I grabbed the MDA pack. I think I've mentioned before, it's not possible to route a vocoder in ModPlug unless you do a left and right channel thing, and that's what this does. You got a synth in the right channel and a doo-wop in the left channel in this case. This is 12 years ago. I happened to make this silly thing, and it happens to be the most obvious instance of this thing. So here's what we got.
Doo-wop.
Remember when Google Translate sounded like that?
Doo-wop.
Doo-wop.
Doo-wop. Doo-wop. Doo-wop.
It does what it says on the tin, and I've gotten some use out of it. So yeah, B tier, I guess. That's being kind of generous, but I'm just happy with what I've got, or what I've had. MDA tracker. Okay, I'm in Ableton again because I don't remember what all projects I used this on, and this one didn't end up in the final, but I think it was the first time I came up with it. You can put this. So okay, hold on. Usually, MDA tracker will just it'll just track whatever the pitch is that it detects, and you can change how fast it moves and stuff. Very lovely. I'm sure there's some intended purpose, but what I like to do is put it where it's not supposed to be. So I have a saw wave tracking a drum loop. So you get this. And multiple times I've routed this into like a vocoder or something of that kin to get some just really wacky, kind of glitched up sounds. And this is not how it ended up in the final song, but just to give you an idea. Really wacky, really weird, really probably not intended, but what a fun toy. But despite that, I think it goes in the C tier. It's just, I happen to have some really fun uses for it. C tier overall, though, definitely. MDA vocoder is kind of the same thing as the TalkBox, but with more options, and I've used it a little bit more. Again, I'm doing a kind of obvious thing.
Patreon.
And so combine those two with some panning and
Patreon, 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 Patreon.
Yeah. It's been a godsend for me, so B tier. M equalizer. Yeah, this is probably the most used thing I've ever used ever. Because I always need an equalizer. It works how you'd expect. You've got some really nice visualizations. It even tells you what the note you're at. And then if you right click, you can change all sorts of fun stuff, including adding harmonics. Okay, that's not a great look, but if we turn this down, there we go. I've never actually needed that, but if I did, boom, you've just filtered out some annoying harmonic. This thing is wacky useful. S tier? Quite possibly. M flanger. It's flanger, C tier. M freeform phase. This is kind of niche. It's very useful in my opinion if you want to run something through distortion. Although I usually use all pass phase for that, but this is more delicate. So just to give you an idea, we've got this sweeping saw wave going on, and we can just adjust the phases as we want. And there you go. The phases are adjusted. Still sounds like a saw wave, but it doesn't look like it. So your peaks are lower, and mostly in my experience, this is for when you want to use distortion, because the folding is going to be drastically different than if you just had a regular saw wave. It's a pretty cool tool, I guess. C tier, B tier. I'm going to put it in B tier just because of it's so elegantly designed. I love it for that. M freak shifter. It's a frequency shifter that does not preserve the harmonics. So I guess you could also determine what kind of frequency shifter you have by if it's shifting by semitones or hertz. And yeah, this one's hertz. It does have a kind of cool delay thing going on too. It's a pretty good one, I think. B tier, I guess. Mini Voctopus. This is another vocoder that allows left and right routing instead of actually good routing from, like, you know, multiple audio sources, like you know, a better DAW, I guess. Not to throw shade at Modplug, I love Modplug, but this is it's a bit more limited as a vocoder because it's just 8 banks. I've only ever used it for drums, like this. It's got a pretty good, pretty lush sound, I would say. But again, 8 bands means it's pretty limited, so let's try it with a vocal. If you have not heard this already a million times in this video, then you probably wouldn't know, like, what the heck that actually was. But yeah, let's bring up the mod here, and
I can see that you're no longer in love with me.
so yeah, this is very, I'd say it's very much intended for a backing of a vocal, not complete transformation of a vocal, but it's good for drums too. I'm putting it in a C tier. It's not bad by any metric. It just has limited use cases, you know? C tier. Moverb. The reason I like reverb modules is because they offer a lot of really fun sound design when all you need to feed it is an impulse. In this case, this didn't have to be Synth 1, I just like Synth 1 for this. Whoops, let's focus on our main channel here. So you got that, and let's turn this on and see what we get. It's delicious. The way you can shape the sound and the decay from just the wall equalizer. It's kind of beautiful. And just to show it off a little bit more without all this. It's just a really tasty reverb module, I'd say. Let's put it in the B tier. Moon Echo. This is based on the actual physical process of bouncing radio waves off of the moon and listening to them back. It's a little funky, and I'm going to immediately recommend that you go to the hamburger menu and turn on dust envelope, because otherwise you're just going to have constant, moon dust. Which I love the moon dust as like part of the echo. But I don't want that cluttering the entire song all the time. Luckily that's an option, so we got that. I kind of wish the delay time had a sync. I think, okay, menus don't work on my copy, but I think that's a me problem. Anyway, yeah, I wish that the delay time had a, synchronization option, but I can live with the fact that it doesn't. Ping Moon. It's pretty funny, but I don't think I'll ever use it. So its feedback's kind of weird too. So I don't know, there's a lot of weird oddities on here that aren't exactly musical, but the end result is just such a cluttered, distorted mess that there's a lot of charm to it. Doppler is another key feature of this, which if you set it to like +8, it sounds kind of nice. some reason could go to a plus 1,000, which is just nonsense. Who's this for? What does that do for you? Why can't I go to... Oh, I guess you can... plus 1. That's all we need. Also like how you can set the moon to like right next door and just... So at that point it just becomes a neat little moon distortion plugin, I guess. It's a really cool sound and a really cool shape. It's not super musical necessarily, but you can get a lot of good out of this. I can't help but recommend it. It's something that you should at least give it a try. I'm going to put it in the B tier. It's pretty cool. M Oscillator. If you've ever wanted a synth that just doesn't ever stop, no gating, no volume control. Yeah, I'm not holding down this key. It's just like that. It is MIDI controlled. Or you can set it to a frequency. Mostly it's just kind of cool because you have it's a very interesting oscillator shape thing. So yeah, I don't know, it's kind of neat, but a mess to use. D tier, I guess. If it were a synth proper, like with envelopes, it'd probably still be C tier, but at least it'd be a good C tier, not a, D tier. But alas. M Oscilloscope. It's just a really clean, easy to use one. I really like how quickly it locks onto any given frequency. Just look at it go. Disadvantage is that you can't really zoom out from that, but that's fine. A tier, I guess. M Phaser. It's a phaser. I mean, it's pretty good. A tier, I guess. Mr. Donald. I forgot what these boxes are called, but it puts the rotary in rotary organ. And, yeah. And of course, it's good with organ too. B tier, I guess. Sure. M ring modulator. This is a pretty good ring modulator with like a bit too many options, I would say. Look at this. But I mean, if you need ring modulation, here it is. B tier. M saturator. It's a saturator. Pretty good. What else can I say? B tier, I guess. M spectral pan. You know how all the bass notes on a piano are on the left and the high notes are on the right? Do you wish you could do that with anything? Now you can! Kind of weird and trippy, honestly. And I've also never needed this, but it's nice to have, I guess. B tier? M stereo expander. Yeah, I thought this was a delay-based, stereo field expander kind of thing, but I guess it isn't because it does nothing to a mono signal. But it will expand a already stereo signal. So yeah, I don't really know what's going on here, but it does make things wider. C tier? M stereoscope. Yeah, if you wanted to see how wide it makes things, I actually unloaded the last plugin, so you can't see how wide the difference is, but I do like this graph. It's just nice to have. And of course, mono. Nothing. But yeah, I love this tool. A tier. M tremolo. This probably should have been combined with the ring modulator, but okay. Kind of funny, but yeah, D tier. Mostly because it should have been with the ring modulator. Like, you could even have like an option to change the sensitivity of the rate. Like a fine thing, like the MDA ring mod. Missed potential, I tell you. Anyway, D tier. M tuner. It's G tune, but M. I really don't understand what the polytuner is doing. I think it might be detecting like harmonics or something. I mean, it kind of looks like that, but I don't know. But besides that, it's a tuner, C tier. Mukoko. Yeah, this one's weird. It's kind of like a comb filter type synth, but not. The input signal becomes the dry signal, and you always get a little bit of that, but you also get the tones from the comb filter. And all the tones seem to be based on the transients of the input signal. But more, because like if it'll loop over, I'm going to demonstrate this real quickly, it will like double up because of the decay somewhere in here. I forgot where it was. Decay? One of these. Anyway, listen for this weird glitch on the loop. Weird, right? Oh, also this random panning is very annoying. I'm turning that straight down. Yeah, I've played around with this for quite a while and couldn't quite figure it out. So it's a little on the jank side unless you fully understand it. So keep that in mind. I'm just gonna flip through some presets. Yeah, it's kind of a mess. You could probably do something with it though. But D tier, it's one of the more unique things I put it into D tier, I think, but it's still jank. So, D. Multiply, specifically Acon Digital Multiply. It's a chorus. It's does what it needs to. I don't know. C tier. M utility. Yeah, sometimes you just need a little utility. I love the one in Ableton, and now I have one for Modplug. I'd like to specifically highlight the delay. This is what I've probably gotten the most use out of, other than like, panning tomfoolery. Because some of the synths that I have, they do have a bit of a delay. So what I'll do is, instead of making a negative delay, because I don't know how to do that, I can just delay every other thing in my song, and surprisingly this just works. Yeah, not much else to say really. It's a utility. A tier. M vibrato. Yeah, this is silly. But indeed, if you get it to a low frequency and kind of high depth, you get this cool, lo-fi weirdness. The wow and flutter. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. C tier. M wave folder. Yeah, I like this because you can just get some really good sounds really quickly. I don't know, man. What else do you want? It's a nice little distortion plugin. B tier. M wave shaper. It shapes your waves. Let's give it a look. Definitely one of the nicer ones I've used, I suppose. C tier? B? I don't know. More importantly, this is the last of the Melda pack. I haven't updated in quite a while, so maybe there's something I'm missing. This is 14.01, so whatever that means, current date. But I have to say that this is an S tier pack, despite the gamut of rankings I gave it. Highly recommended. Like, you need this pack. Or maybe you don't need the pack. Maybe your stock plugins are just that good. But me, Modplug, this is my stock. This is the good stuff. S tier. Overall, Melda, S tier. Good stuff. MWLPC filter. That is M warped linear prediction filter. Which I have no idea what that means. And it's very strange. Listen to this. Absolutely no tonal content. Let's try it on some drums. Yeah, I simply don't understand what's going on here. I don't think I ever did, because I never used this. I ran a script on all my modules and it's not showed up once. So, question mark? I'm not even sure I should rank this, but as it is some sort of weird destruction thing, it's kind of neat. It does something I've not heard before. But as like a useful tool, not so much. So I guess that puts it in D tier. Nasty DLA. That's delay for those at home. Yeah, I have a little test bed here because something that's very important to me is how does the delay handle changing the delay amount, like the delay time, mid-song. So here's what this one sounds like. That is kind of weird. It has like multiple steps for the when you move up the delay. It might be because of the model that I'm using. Ping pong maybe be different. It is not. Retro? Yeah, I just don't know why it does that. Anyway, it has a few interesting, like, modulation, chorus, color effects, but I think the real star of the show here is the feedback, which is just absurd. So in that regard, if you want something with some crazy feedback, this thing has you covered. Yeah, that's the main reason I'd recommend this thing. That runaway feedback is runaway. I'm gonna give this a B tier. It's a nice little plug-in. The Nightmare Machine. This one's kind of funny. Check this out. Yeah, it's kind of garbage, but funny garbage. And I kind of like the, if you turn down the evil amount and the delay and the reverb and the clipping, it's kind of a nice pitch shifter if you just want to go downward. But the rest is just a mess. A funny mess, a novelty mess. But that one little redeeming feature, I'm going to put it in the D tier. It's kind of funny. Nova 67P. This combines the powers of an equalizer with a compressor. It seems absolutely insane to me. I don't know how it works. But just to tinker with it a little bit, let's say we want to boost the kick, but compress it? How does this work? Yeah, this is one of those tools that's just incredibly powerful, and I don't know why I thought I could get any use out of it. This is just the result of me dinking around for a minute or two, but look at these presets. What am I looking at? I mean, something. Split band? Anyway, I feel like just for its prowess, I have to give it a B tier, but I don't think I'm going to be using it much. Not without opening up a, engineering book on how sound works or something. Good lord. NRR1. This is a guitar amp simulator, and I've actually made some pretty cool uses of it. I turned this into this. So that's pretty cool. Let's see what it does with, you know, boring old-fashioned, Yeah, honestly, I think this is a pretty good amp. I'm going to give it the B tier. It's pretty good. OTT. You know what this is. Obviously, it's more for sound design than, like, anything else. But it's nice to have the, you know, just an OTT you can slap on anything as a VST. B tier. Paradigm Shifter 2. Or is it 3? Yeah, it's Deep Blue Glitch, but the poor man's version, which is something to say about a free plugin. I take quite a few issues with this for its interface in particular. Yeah, step sequencers are... they have their uses. I'm not a fan of this one. Especially if you can't center it out. Or is it supposed to be centered at the... You're supposed to start at 0? I'm actually unsure. It would make sense here, wouldn't it? But... Yeah, it definitely starts at 0. I guess you could change the, Wait, what? You can't even change the, length? This is a mess. Anyway, it's, you definitely have better time just doing all of this manually. The shifter is kind of interesting, I guess, but... There's better ways, and I'm not even sure this is too useful for most people. Does it go in the F tier, though? Yeah, I think I'm going to put this in the F tier today. I'm sure this was a bit more useful. I'm assuming this came out before Deep Blue Glitch. If not, golly. But yeah, this is going in the F tier, I'm afraid. Phasor. Sometimes you just need a phaser, right? For some reason, this one became a favorite of mine when I found it many years ago. I don't like the LFO. I tend to just churn that off, and then... yeah, I don't know. It just stuck with me. Now the problem with demonstrating this is that I usually use it as just a light touch before doing some crazier processing, so it's kind of hard to demonstrate. I haven't actually used it as just a straight alone, like, throw a phaser on a house song in a long time, and I don't feel like digging that up. So, yeah, I don't know. Hopefully you get the idea. I think it sounds pretty good. I use it quite often, especially if I just want to scoop out the sound a little bit. It's still bass, but it's not. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, this is in my regular toolkit. I use it all the time. I don't know if I'd call it the best phaser ever. I'm sure there's better things out there, but it's good. We're going with the B tier. Proximity. This one's a really funny one. It's just a volume slider, but it like emulates being some distance away. Yeah, just check this out. Yeah, I don't know. I like this. It's a funny, subtle effect that you can just kind of throw on sometimes, especially if you need a fade out. I don't know what all these presets do, actually. I've only ever used it to just kind of dink around. It's like, yeah, we got the air, we got the this, we got the that. It also has like a Doppler effect if you go really fast, which is interesting. I've not used that before. But yeah, I don't know. Funny little tool. B tier. PZX. This is a funny filter thing. It's for educational purposes, not actual use, but they allowed you to break it. You can go outside of this circle. This is the maximum amount you're allowed to go, and they say, sure, you can go further. And when it does, it breaks a lot. That's just so cool. I don't know if it should be rated, though, on account of that's not what it's for. But I guess, you know, the purpose of a machine is what it does. So, I don't know, C tier. It's definitely a FSU kind of thing, even if that's not what Mr. Professor What's-His-Face intended it to be. Radio Gloria. I think this is supposed to be like a radio transmission emulator, but it's jank and broken as far as I can tell. So, F tier. Reception. This is kind of cute, but not great to use. It's a themed sort of multi-effect sort of deal. Let's just give it a spin. It's cute. It's kind of fun to look at, but it's not. I wouldn't use it. Despite everything, I think I'm going to put this one in the F tier. Relife. This is a utility I completely forgot about. It is designed to add transients and a little bit of dynamics back into clipped audio. So just to give an example, here it is dry. I just clipped up my amen break. It's a nice brick wall, but now let's turn this thing on. It's not a miracle worker, but it's definitely doing something. C tier, I guess. Rescue. This is a sort of transient shaper slash stereo imager, or what do you call it when you make the sound wider? It's that. Just as a quick example on some drums. It's alright. I never really got much use out of this. C tier, it's fine. Retro delay. As always, I'm going to be doing a bespoke test on what happens when you change the delay duration. Here we go. So yeah, the change is pretty much instant, and then the new things are, or any new input is recorded on top of that, and then when you shift it back, everything gets shifted properly. I really like this implementation. It's good. It's a little weird, but something I did not show. Set the main time down a little bit, and let's see the feedback. Yeah, it's pretty high. Okay. There's a mod wheel for the delay. That's pretty cool. I can't say I've seen that before. Yeah, I don't know. I like all the features and just the way it handles delay, but also there's a filter and a distortion for some reason. This has never been useful in my experience, but let's listen. Yeah, I don't know. This is just a pretty darn good plugin. Also has LFOs I didn't get into. Those are kind of weird. I don't know why you would do that with more than a depth of almost nothing, but you could. I'm putting this in the A tier. Honestly, it's a highly recommended delay plugin if you want to just mess around. It does not have infinite feedback, but do you really need that? If you do, you got nasty DLA. This one goes in the A tier. Reverberate LE. This is impulse response reverb. You load in a wave file and that's your reverb now. It also has an envelope, which is kind of an interesting feature. I don't recall anything ever having that before. Very fascinating. And for reference, fake impulse is just like the tail of a snare drum that I've chopped off, and I use it as an impulse response, and it's usually pretty interesting. Very like throw your synth into an oil barrel kind of sound. Very much so when you mess with the start of it, apparently. I can't find any complaints about this, honestly. I think I have to put it in the A tier. I always can use more versatile impulse response reverb plugins for free. Ring Thing. This is a ring modulator with 2 LFOs and a beautiful XY configuration. I really like how this is visually laid out, especially for something this old. I've had this since like 2008 or something. I mean, it's a ring modulation. So maybe you don't need that many LFOs going on, but I would like to point you to hi-hats. So, hi-hat by itself. Actually, let's go to the faster tempo one. kind of boring, but then you add a ring modulator with a LFO on it. And you got this fun variety to it. Just a fun little trick that I employ sometimes. Not often, but it's a fun little utility for that. I actually don't remember if the other ring modulators have an LFO built into it. Let's look at the standard here. Depth, frequency, yeah, there's not an LFO in here. So if you want an LFO on your LFO, this thing has you covered. B tier. Robo voice. This is a vocoder. I'm using it on drums. Whatever. Alright, so yeah, it's a vocoder. You route some sound in, you route some MIDI in, and it vocodes the MIDI to whatever note you played using, well, one of two oscillators or just pure noise. It's not bad, but you can do better than this. I'm putting it in the D tier. Robotizer. This is another one of those FFT tools. All it does is set the phase of every frequency to 0, which has some weird effects. I think they described it as it removes all the life from your sound, and yeah, kinda. The depth does not do anything. It's only gain is the only parameter, and it's kind of low to start with, so crank that up. Weird thing is it kind of removes the tonality from things as well.
I can see that you're no longer in love with me.
So yeah, it's definitely more of a toy than anything useful. I don't want to put it in F though, especially because it's bundled with 3 other things. But I'm definitely going to put it in D, as in good luck finding a dang use for it. D tier. Rough Rider. I believe this was described as a very extreme compressor, and wouldn't you know it? Or the second preset gone nuclear. I mean, yeah, that's what it says on the tin. Hope you didn't want dynamics. But honestly, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. B tier? So just a little above C in my opinion. Just a little. Low B tier. Smexoscope. Not my favorite oscilloscope, but I do use it because it has the ability to zoom way out. In fact, that might be too far out, but you can also go in, so I mean, let's just give it a spin. I've gotten it to like sync redraw and do, you know, trigger stuff, but that's super finicky and not my favorite, but it's still something that I come to occasionally, mostly for visualization purposes, not really for proper analysis. Still though, it's nice, you know, give you an idea of what your waveform looks like, I guess. C tier. Sample reducer. It's fine. C tier. SHB1. It seems to be specifically for basses, but it works for guitars too. Just give it a spin with our usual. I don't know, I really like this one actually. B tier, sure. B for bass. Shred. It's just called Shred. It's a guitar amp simulator and it's pretty good. Bypassed right now. You got your basic MIDI guitar sound and it turns it to this. That's just warm and fuzzy and happy, isn't it? Yeah, not much else to say about it except that it broke compatibility when I upgraded. I'll have to figure out a way around that. I feel like it's not that big of an issue, but apparently 1.02 is not compatible with 1.06, or at least it's not recognized as the same thing. Blah blah blah. Whatever. It's a good amp, or at least I think it is, from my understanding. Just as a preset browser that doesn't understand guitar amps, I'm putting it in the B tier. I like my guitar amps, even if I rarely use them. Silverbox by Toby Bear. Unfortunately, it's not related to the silver box. It's just a mystery box that happens to be silver. It's, I mean, it does something, but... F tier, if I'm being honest. Novelty, really. Sir, which is the something impulse response processor. Anyway, it's pretty powerful. Let me show you the dry first and wet. I think it's a really fun effect. I do like messing with my impulse responses, and this does allow you to stretch it and, you know, mess around with it, envelopes, the good stuff. Downside, dry again, let me show you. Got these hi-hats that time with the highest notes on this 303 line. Alright, now listen to it. The hi-hats are not going through Sir, the bass line is. That's a hefty delay. I actually don't remember how bad the delay was, but I ended up, this is the one time I've used Mutility, I think, for its delay ability, because it's delayed by a specific number of samples. I think it might have been 1024. So you just delay every other instrument, and then everything else runs through Sir, and it balances out. But that's not great, and there are better options for this sort of thing. So it's kind of D tier. Not a complete failure, but finicky. Sonogram SG-1. If you need a spectrogram, this thing has you covered. I don't know, what else do you want me to say? It's good. I'm putting it in the S tier because it's so, like, invaluable. I use this all the time. Soul Force. On the opposite side of good guitar amps, or I guess this would be a pedal, wouldn't it? I mean, it's just a saturator, isn't it? Maybe like some sort of bit crusher. I'm really not sure what feedback is doing, but it's not good. I'm putting this in the F tier. I don't like this. I plan on getting rid of it. The Sound Badizer. I mean, why should FL Studio get to have all the fun? Wait, it's still having all the fun. shockingly, it's okay. It's just a funny little saturation plug-in, but meh? I don't know, man. A lot of the things that I put in the F tier are not literally unusable. Some of them are. This one's not literally unusable, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's just a novelty, isn't it? So yeah, into the F tier it goes, with love. Stimpel. This is a vocoder that instead of using, filter banks, it uses FFT, like, manipulation. I absolutely do not understand how this works, but just with the default settings, you get this. Which is kind of cool, I guess, but you can very quickly just cause chaos that is not intuitive, at least not to me. So, like, how do you use this? I have no clue. I've tried it on vocals as well, and it doesn't work how you would expect it to. Let me reload all this.
I can see that you're no longer in love with me.
It's entirely wet, but it's also like the dry comes through a lot cleaner than it would on any other vocoder. It's very strange.
I can see that you're no
In love with me.
I mean, as far as usability, this is about as... Well, I guess it's not as bad as it could be because, like, everything's clearly labeled. You just need a much deeper understanding of FFT and whatever the heck it's doing than to actually operate it. So that's not great, but it can be used for some wacky sound design if that's what you're into. So I think I'm going to put it in the D tier. Stereo pan. It makes your sound stereo. Specifically by using some sort of delay and, like, filtering, it looks like. So, yeah, let's give it a spin. Does what it says on the tin. I don't particularly like it with this patch, but it's not a good patch to throw into stereo, to be honest. I don't feel like loading in some fancy pad, though, so you get the idea. Solid C tier. If you need something stereo, this will do it. Sumo. This is some sort of, like, distortion / cheap reverb plugin. Very interesting, not very good. And like these like, okay, this has a very like early 2000s I like the Japan aesthetic, but I don't think they knew anything really about it. Like, usually people will at least try to make the katakana say something, but I can't. What is any of this? So that's annoying to me specifically, and probably not most users. The actual parameter names are whatever. As for its use, I'm not a fan of this. I'm putting this right into the F tier novelties, I think. Super Phaser. When's the last time you saw a phaser with an envelope follow feature? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of neat. This might have been the first phaser plugin I downloaded, so I got a little bit of an attachment to it. Definitely used it back in the day, and I think it still holds up. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna put it in the B tier. Tal Bit Crusher. Yeah, it's a bit crusher and sample rate reducer. Let's get them. Let's go. Now, you would think that noise here means like noise for dithering, but really it just kind of gets rid of that, what's it called? DC aliasing, I think. Makes there some lovely layers on top of some drums, though. Perfectly adequate C tier material, I'd say. Not my favorite bit crusher. Tal Tube. So you'd think it's a nice little tube amp, but it's not really. I don't know, something about this wave shaping just doesn't feel right for me. It kind of works for a more, bassy kind of sound. Even that feels kind of wet. I don't know, I'm just not a huge fan of this one. I feel like there's way better tube amp emulators out there. I'm gonna give it a D. Tal Vocoder 2. Alright, so you need to understand that ModPlug Tracker does not come with any default effects, and well, I guess it kind of does, but only like DirectX, reverb, and delay and stuff. It's not good. And I don't have a vocoder, and I like vocoder. Also, it doesn't have like multi-signal routing, so if I want to use a vocoder, it has to be left and right, and this can do that. This is probably the most obvious usage in this particular module, which is just a sound design experiment for me. But I'm going to play you one channel and then the other. So we got this huge chord going on. And then I made this really funny synth patch. Let's get that in here. Anyway, let's kill the mono and turn on the vocoder and check this out. Okay, that's probably the weirdest example I could have given you, but it sounds good. This is a good little vocoder, especially for somebody limited like me that can only use L and R as carrier and modulator. Should it go in the A tier? Maybe not, but am I putting it there? I'm putting it in the A tier. THD. Yeah, this is doing some sort of like maybe transient shaping with some sort of punchy distortion thing, but it's really, really subtle. I can't even really tell what it's doing. It's definitely doing something, though. D tier, I guess. Tolkbox. Tolkbox. I don't know how to say that without sounding Russian. It's not a very good vocoder. Yeah, I can't really make sense of it. Let's give it the old vocals test. Fascinating. Not very good. I think I'm going to put this in the F tier because it's just not good. TPA1. It's a decent little tube amp. What can I say? C tier. Tri-Dirt. This has been my go-to like distortion thing for quite some time. Like, it's a multi-band distortion, but even with one single band, you got some pretty good sounds in here. Alright, that's maybe not the best demonstration. Let me go find my really good kicks that I've made with this thing. Okay, I removed all the effects except for Tri-Dirt and a compressor, turning this kick into this. Obviously that sounds better when I have the entire effect stack, but just 2 instances of Tri-Dirt gets that sound out of this pretty simple kick, which, yeah, I don't know. I've gotten good results out of this. This is you know what? I'm going to put it in the A tier. It's a pretty good plugin. TS999. This one's kind of a subtle guitar amp type thing. I mean, I don't know. It's fine. C tier. TSB1. Another kind of subtle amp. It actually seems to work really well with basses. Just for example. Man, yeah, that's alright, but check this out. That's crunchy. So, I don't know, C tier again? There's a lot of these. I think they all came in a pack, and if it is a pack, that's definitely a like B tier pack that you want to keep around, but I do not remember. Twin delay. So, as before, here's the little delay demonstration I like to set up. And that's for digital. You also have multiple tape options. I kind of prefer the digital in this particular case, but the tape is very good for this sort of like really janky, how do I describe it? It go fast. Anyway, the real shining star of this plugin is the feedback and cross feedback. I guess the drive too, but well, let me just show you. Yeah, this thing could go on forever. I love it for that. I think it's CPU based though, because I wrote some songs on a much slower CPU like, 15 years ago, and those delays went on forever, but I play them back now and they're nothing. So that's really tragic. I don't know why that happened, but as long as you don't change your CPU and render everything out properly, you got some crazy trails with this thing. This is you know what? I'm putting it in the A tier. It's a really, really nice tool. Vintager toy. It makes things sound vintage, kind of. It appears to have been released in 2012. Kind of funny, but how does it work? It just kind of limits the spectrum and the dynamics with a bit of a saturation. It's pretty good. Let's give it a little spin here. It's very much one of those, yeah, it gives it a kind of warmth kind of plugins. Not much else to say about it, I think. It seems pretty nice. C tier. Vinylizer. I mean, you can never have enough vinyl distortion plugins, right? This one just has a bit of wow and flutter with the decenter and, well, dust. I don't know, I have mixed feelings about all these dust generators, but it's alright. High damage is kind of the star of the show. Well, that and stop. Let's give a quick little demonstration. Kind of obvious wow and flutter, nothing crazy. I don't really know what's happening when you turn on the high damage, but it definitely adds some sort of layer to it. And finally, I don't know, it's a nice little tape stop effect, or I guess vinyl stop in this particular instance. I've used it a few times. C tier, it's fine. Vowel filter. This is indeed a filter with vowels. It's also a full synth, despite the fact that it takes incoming audio and applies this filter, so you can do that, or you can just... I don't know why they did that. That's kind of weird. Anyway, yeah, you click which vowel you want and it slowly morphs to it. It's not very good. I think it's intended for like to be studied and not actually used. I'm gonna agree with that. This is an F tier novelty, honestly. Maybe you can learn something from the source code. I don't know if I have that. Wider. This does one thing and it's pretty obvious. I vaguely recall reading that this does some sort of special magic that doesn't mess with the phasing of the signal, but I don't know. I just like how it makes sound wide. B tier. Wow. By Sugar Bytes. This is a filter with an envelope and a LFO and a step sequencer, and most importantly, a vowel mode. I don't know, what can I say about this? It's a lovely little tool. I have not made much use of this because, I don't know, I guess I just don't need formant filters that often, but this thing delivers, man. I'm going to give it a B tier. I'm not a huge fan of the vowel selection. That's pretty much the only thing keeping it from A tier. I do like right click and you can choose what modulations go where. It's just pretty solid all around. Very solid B tier. Excita. This is less of a transient shaper and more like a transient adder. You'll hear what I mean. Kind of weird. Not great. Maybe it's better with something faster. Let's listen. Actually, it kind of is, but it's still kind of D tier in my opinion. You got better transient shapers out there for free. XFX Analog Filter. Extraordinarily ugly. Would not recommend. F tier. XFX Chorus. I just don't like how this is laid out. It's bordering on D tier, but I'm going to put it in F with its brother over there. XFX Comb Filter. Not great. This one's going in the D tier this time, though. It's got a comb filter. It's comb filter, that's for sure, but D tier. XFX Delay. Now, delays I have more interesting opinions on. Let's run through the test example. So I think that's actually a really cool way to handle the changing delay time. Not the best, but still pretty cool. I don't think I'd ever recommend unlinking these if you want to change the delay time. It's like instant. It's really good. I'm putting this in the C tier. It's not like mind-blowingly good, but it's simple and effective. XFX Distortion. It's distortion. Okay, why can you not link the left and right shaper? This is kind of finicky already, but then you can't link them? Yeah, that completely ruins the plugin for me. I mean, it would have been okay otherwise, and again, despite anything in the F tier you can probably get some use out of, I think this would be really cool for like very subtle distorted stereo effects. I think it would shine in that particular instance, but as the distortion plugin, this is F tier, I think. XFX Overdrive. Weird, not great. D tier. The whole XFX series is kind of not great. I'm kind of wondering how old is it? But Overdrive, I'm gonna give it an F tier. It's not that good. I don't like the everything. Like, what are these options I'm getting? Why do we have a VCA? Just sorry to whoever made this, but it's not working for me in the year 2024. U-Wah Shock. You might remember this under its other name in FL Studio, the Soundgoodizer. That's right, there's a VST version, and it's slightly broken, but it works for me in ModPlug. A tier. And that's all of them. Well, most of all of them. I've actually acquired more in the amount of time it took me to record all this, and I've definitely forgotten a few I've deleted. It's all over the place. I had planned on doing a sort of summary, like here are the highlights, here's the S tiers, let's, a review, like Too Long Didn't Watch, but I invite you to look at the total length of the video right now in my editing process, and I don't want to repeat myself. So, here are the highlights that I would have gone over. We're just going to speed run them real quick. So, we got the S tiers. Delay Llama. It's just an iconic, funny little sound that I think everybody should have. Sonigen Modular. It's just a really, really good, compact, simple, easy to use modular VST that, I don't know, I've only had good times with it. Vital. This has superannuated synth 1 for me. It's mostly a wavetable synth designed to be a competitor to Serum, but it's way, way better than that. Even as a subtractive synth, I love it. Meow Synth, that's another funny one. I think the only one that really comes close to Delay Llama. Mostly a joke, but I like it, whatever. Then we got the S tier effects. We got Ambience, which is technically a reverb, but it's more like how would I describe it? You can mess with the reverb in fun ways I haven't seen anywhere else. DFX Buffer Override, sort of similar thing. Or at least it can produce similar effects because you get this glitchy, repeated nonsense, and it's MIDI controlled. It's pretty incredible. Geometer. This is a wave shaper unlike any other. Whoops. Trust me, you haven't seen a wave shaper like this. It's good. DT BLK FXS. It's like the standard FFT effect. It's really good. JB Ferox. This is an ancient plugin that's been updated and is for sale now, but even the ancient version has just incredibly powerful feedback delay loops or something going on. I don't know, it's really fun. Melda, there's an entire pack of just kind of stock effects. I use this all the time because ModPlug does not have any stock effects, and this pack is just as good as they get. Sonogram SG-1, that's another kind of stock thing for analysis. Next up are the emulators. I would say these are all S tier, but they're kind of all over the place, but they're all, I think, really important to have. So you have C700, that's for your Super Nintendo sounds. Juice OPL VSTi for your ad-lib sounds. Jenny for your Genesis or Mega Drive sounds. Also VOPM, that's more old school, but it's still plenty powerful if you want to make Mega Drive sounds. YMVST, I think is based off the AY in the Atari ST. I'm not sure on that one. It's probably the weakest of all of these plugins here, but I really, really like its got a raw sound, especially the noise generation. NES VST, it's the best NES VST you can find. Has a very Famitracker-esque capabilities. K1V, it's an old Rompler after the K1M, I think, and SQ8L, Squadle. I forgot what it's based off of, but that's an even more powerful Rompler, which I highly recommend. And then there's a few A-tier things that I'd just like to highlight. I think you should get. Firebird. It's like this cheesy thing with a little bit of Rompler capability. It's not based on anything. It's just really good. Grainbow. Wow, I keep misclicking. Grainbow. It's granular synthesis, but it's does pitch sorting automatically, so it's kind of a little bit easier to use. Also, the interface is just really cool. Impulse control. I don't know how to describe this one. It's wacky. It's really cool. Just check it out. Majkens Chimera. This one just makes white noise and filters it down into notes, and it's ancient, but it's really good at that. I don't know. I have fond feelings about this because it was around for so long. Meteorite. It's a subtractive synth with a few little options that make it incredibly quirky and unique. Not much else I can really say about it. You have to see it to get it. Minimoog VA. This is based on, some Moog something or another. Probably the coolest part is that it has a underdrive sort of feature to each of the oscillators where, if you look at my video, you'll see what it is, but it's kind of like halving it, like absolute value or something of the oscillator. Real Animal. And this one's just the most insane FM synth I've ever seen. Each operator can like be modulated by noise or pops, and that stacks really quick and goes insane. Tyrell N6, this one pretty much got into the A tier because I realized it has a soft sync. But besides that, it refuses to be digital. It's just the analogist soft synth I've seen for free. Venom VB-303 it's fun to use. It sounds good. Acid. All Pass Phase, it's a free version of, I forgot what the paid version is called, but it's a all pass filter. It's really good for sound design. Tri-Dirt, it's a saturator, but multiband. It's only ever been good to me. And then Twin Delay is kind of a unique one because, well, I don't know, I guess you can find infinite feedback in any other kind of delay, but this one has character to it. I don't know. So that's a quick rundown. If you want more details, behold the past several hours. Hope you enjoyed something, and more than anything, I hope you got a fun toy out of this, because there's a lot of fun stuff to check out. As of recording, I have yet to make the counterpart to this video, but it should be linked somewhere around here. Also in the description should be a link of all this text I just showed you. And that's it. Thanks for watching.